We're so back, baby. We are so back.
We might be back. We
Perhaps might be back. I mean, I had to take a small break because I've been going through a lot emotionally, and about 95% of it has to do with the last session. Nothing at all in regards to anything in my personal life that could potentially be depressing and or traumatizing. So thanks, Ray. I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this is the only life that truly matters. So,
Yeah, exactly. Some might say this is my second life. When
Oh, oh God,
I need to save you.
I'm looking up for a camera. Oh no.
Where are you, Jacob? Where are you, Jake?
Oh fuck. Yeah, I'm thinking of Jake B right now.
Oh my
Oh my
gosh.
God. Oh my God.
Oh man, that's funny. All right, but in all seriousness, D&D.
Man, we last left off on a very, very dire note of how
Some would say the worst note.
versatiletly cruel hags can be in a coven setting. They may not be the biggest trouble on their own, but when it comes to a coven making up for their lack of strengths, they can be, and when on full blast, not distracted. A truly menacing thing to go up against. And that is only going to get more compounded today. And for the rest of this entire series, if I'm being perfectly honest. But that's perfectly fine. I'm all for it. It was gonna come up eventually anyways, so you know what? Let's hop back into this. Patrick.
Yeah.
Playing the honored paladin Isaiah. You have any questions?
Not questions, but I do think this is important to comment. I did level up off screen, or maybe we did record me leveling up. But in any case, if you didn't make it to the end of the last video because it was so traumatizing, so gut wrenching, you just had to stop and like take a walk and you never returned to it because it bothered you that much, I totally understand. I don't blame you. I haven't personally re-listened. No, wait, I did listen to the first half of the episode again. Yeah, it sucked. But I did level up. I'm level 11 now. Any questions that I have? Yes, I only have one question, and that's going to be, Ray, are you going to hurt me as bad as you did last episode, or do I get like some good grace for an episode?
I'm going to say this. The premise I have for this episode is that hopefully, if all things go right, there will be very few roles, mostly just pivotal roles, and it will lead into things. If it leads into combat, it leads into combat. That's all there is to it. But we both know that that doesn't look too great right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. But with
Either
that,
way,
I'm good. We can continue.
all right. Isaiah, you fought your heart out. And hindsight is 20/20, but it does not apply in the heat of combat. It really did come down to very few numbers in general.
It was
You
very
barely
close.
lost.
It was a tight race.
You very much so barely lost, and that's the beauty of the dice. The dice write the story that I formulate, and you honestly, in a way, the player just molds it. But the dice, they have their own say. They do. They do.
I muted myself many times when you were rolling so that I could say stop the count without fear of repercussion.
Either way, you were brought to unconsciousness. You were not positive how long you were brought, or how long it's been since you were brought from the forest of the unjudged to the lair of hags that you lie inside of right now. The pain in your body is slowly beginning to heal in many ways. That your wounds had opened up during combat, both old and new. The only one that seems to be sustaining itself is your left arm. Your arm is bent in a direction that it should not be so. And there is a chain, a very red and bloody chain, that seems to be hooked, pardon me, around your gauntlet on your left arm, and seems to be leading very tautly down through the ground, where you can see the tiniest little whisper of light leaking through in a hole of the floor. That being said, Isaiah, it's very strange. You seem to be suspended from some type of gibbeted cage from the ceiling of what looks to be a cluttered mess of maybe a workshop, a medical station. There seems to be a number of mannequins wearing outfits of many different unaccustomed designs to Jabaxi, but some of them seem to be familiar to you. Another strange dilemma going on is that your vision, that being of dark vision, seems to be fading in and out, almost like a bad signal on a television, where at 1 minute in time you see yourself in your environment, you're able to look around, and without making out any colors, you're able to see your environment, but slowly but surely your vision begins to darken, and you're struggling to stay conscious at this very moment in time as you feel a little bit of your blood draining from this chain, flowing downwards and downwards. The little you're able to see, you seem to be suspended only about 5 feet in the air or so. The ceiling of this place is maybe 10 feet. You look around, you see some similar cages as well. Not all of them are occupied, but some of them seem to be occupied by just bones. What's going through Isaiah's mind right now as he's hanging in this ever so precarious dilemma?
Yeah, this is where Patrick breaks the fourth wall a little bit and just, comes clean. Isaiah feels very similarly to how Patrick feels, which is like shit. Like he really screwed up. It was, I think screwed up is like a very, I don't know, that's a very surface way of indicating it. He feels very much like he's back to square one of his whole journey in a lot of senses. He cost not necessarily the lives, but definitely put his closest companions at present time in very deeply grave danger in the underworld. So who knows, when you die from the underworld and not necessarily pass through to the underworld, what happens. But beyond that, like, it was not only that he put his friends' lives in danger, but it came at the cost of the objective at hand. It was I don't want to say it was a vendetta type deal, but it was presumed sense of justice that he felt like he needed to take on. And granted, to some extent, presumed senses of justice is good to do the right thing at any potential time that you can afford. But when we're talking about a coven of hags, you got to think about, is this justice or is this naivete? Is this arrogance? Is this irresponsibility? And those feelings, those sentiments, and those emotions are kind of what's creeping into, I don't know, Isaiah's mental right now. So no, he does not feel good. But I think it's fitting that you know he's held accountable with the current predicament that he is in right now.
One thing Isaiah can take solace in is that when the time came down to it, you didn't run.
This is true.
And I feel like, even though he may not feel like that was a win in the long run, it does show you a sign of self growth. But you concentrate a little bit on the possible death of what would happen here in the underworld. As you do so, Patrick, I've been holding something from you this whole time
God, you're a
in
dick.
our many conversations.
No, go ahead.
As uh as you were dropped to 0 HP, something becomes something becomes very apparent to you, Isaiah, as your body slowly begins to heal in a accelerated rate, like many strange adventurers are capable of doing so.
Yeah.
Mind you, this is not possible for every occupant of the world of D&D. You guys are just quite frankly built different. You find yourself fully aware of something that is quite disturbing. You are currently still in the underworld.
Yeah.
Of that, you are positively sure.
Yeah.
And Isaiah, even though you are awake right now, you feel that you still have one failed death saving throw.
So, okay. So, this is some hoity toity bullshit that, ensures that I can't keep dropping to 0 HP without consequences long term.
You can get the feeling of that, and if you would like, you may make me a Arcana roll to truly comprehend at this point in time, now that you have nearly tasted death in the underworld, of what that would mean.
All right. I'm rolling it. I'm rolling it. First roll in a while. Fuck, man. I have a lot of rust to shake off. It's a natural 2 for a 6.
The best thing you can understand, Isaiah, is that that death saving throw is there, and it's probably not going away.
Get rid of it.
No, you.
Uh, I don't like it, but I'll allow it. I think I'll allow it. What if I took a long rest?
If you want to try to begin taking a long rest, you may do so. However, I will say this.
Say it.
In our sessions, I have let it pass, but you have essentially taken 2 long rests within about with probably an hour of awake time in between them. So I'm going to say that your requirement for a long rest is going to extend in hours greatly. So the necessary amount of time for you to do so would probably take you about 12 hours here in the underworld. In
I,
which case, any amount of things could happen in the overworld, in the underworld, while you do so. And there's no
yeah,
guarantee that they will allow you to continue this rest either.
yeah, that's true. That's true. I feel like you're hating that I have hands. Like, just because I got smoke doesn't mean you gotta be acting like this, right? Okay, but I'll allow it. I guess you are the DM.
Okay. Yep. Yep.
So sure, no long rest for me, but uh, yeah, I don't know. Do I get everything back on a level up? Do I go back to max
Uh,
HP or no?
you don't go to max HP. You obviously gain your new HP.
Yeah.
You gain your new spell slots if you would have gained spell slots.
Okay.
Uh, your new spells would be granted to you. And I will say this: while you were unconscious, you will be allowed a short rest.
Nice.
So you
Nice.
may spend your hit die to regain your HP.
Nice. Nice. Okay. I will roll 6 hit die, and I'll see what happens. Okay, so it didn't automatically roll the 6 hit die, so I will roll them. Uh, 6, 14 for a 20, and another 14 for a 34, and it's 6d10 plus 6, so 34 plus 6 is another 40 HP back. So I'll take 40
Much
HP,
better.
and now I feel better. But I still feel like I took a failed death saving throw, right?
You still feel that lingering pull of death upon you.
Okay. All right. Continue.
Isaiah, an hour passes while you're forcing your body to heal. You feel the terrible pain in your chest, upon your back, wherever you were struck by the hag, slowly beginning to mend. That pain in your arm, however, remains, as you can tell the bone itself is trying to mend, but seemingly refuses to do so in an improper fashion, because in order to heal in that fashion would mean it would have to be rebroken later.
Hmm. Okay. So this cage, what's the material made out of?
You feel the material with your right hand. It feels like it's a strange, almost shell-like, like a crab's shell type material. It feels like if you were able to give it a whack, it would probably break pretty easily. But the position that you are in doesn't really give you any leverage with your limbs, splaying outside of it, and your torso and midsection itself just kind of given a slight amount of wiggle room. You ever so slightly, if you weren't actually chained to the ground, you would be spinning around ever so slightly in a direction, but you typically just kind of get into a point where you stop, your chain goes completely taut, and then it pulls you in the other direction and keeps going with the same repetitive cycles of just being stuck, and then the slightest amount of momentum changes. There's no audible movement going on in any type of area outside of your sight. On occasion, though, Isaiah, you do see light coming through what looks to be the crack of a door frame. every once in a while, but you never hear footsteps. You don't hear crawling. You don't hear flapping of wings. It's just light, constantly flowing.
Could I can I, as an action, I will use my divine sense to detect detect if anything is affected by the Hallow spell, or know the location of any celestial fiend undead within 60 feet that is not behind total cover. Um, yeah, I think I'm gonna do that just to see if that gets me remotely anything. I know there's, if with the nature of this room and all that type of stuff, a lot of things are technically behind total cover, but I'm just gonna see what happens.
Well, Isaiah, you're not a normal paladin by any means. So you do so. You use your divine sense, and there's a slight risk when it comes to it, like allowing celestials and other beings like that. Well, mostly just celestials. The other beings don't really have any play in it, but you set out your divine sense. You pulse and you feel what you can find. Immediately, you detect an undead in the room. However, that's not important in this immediate moment in time. You feel once again that you are inside the underworld. However, it's a strange moment in time when you are able to pulse, and then your pulse is almost pushed back into your body. And you feel for a moment in time where you are able to make out a shape of the room that you're in. You get the full dimensions of it. You get almost like a highlight of everything inside of the room.
I'm
This
tough.
yeah, you get basically, yeah, you get a tremor sense moment in time. Whereas you normally wouldn't even have really truly known it was happening. There seems to be something keeping you from fully using your sense, or using your sense to feel everything that your normal extended distance could do so. You once again regain that divine sense as it's simply refreshed. The only presence you felt in terms of a being is an undead. You see it on top of a shelf in the shape of a skull with what looks to be orange encrusted stones inside of its head. Different from the skull you started your journey with here,
Motherfucker.
there seems to be runic glyphs carved and lacquered into the skull itself. Its eyes begin to glow a deep orange light as you use your divine sense, and then it just slowly dims.
Hmm. Interesting. Okay. Um. You said that there's a red thing taking the blood out of me.
There seems to be a red blood-soaked chain. The chain itself is not made out of metal, but almost a similar substance that this gibbeting cage is made out of. It seems weird that they would have something like this. Why not just use a metal chain? And you look around, Isaiah, using the memory that you got from your pulse. It was red. It was almost like a shining of light. And now that your body is healed itself, the wound that was originally giving off the blood no longer bleeds downwards. The light you see coming from the hole in the ground where the chain was leading suddenly goes out, and you hear noise below you.
Can I make a perception check to see if I can see it?
You may do so.
That's an 8 for a 9.
8 for a 9. You see what looks to be something moving, blocking the light for a split second, as if someone is departing. Other than that, you barely hear muffled footsteps upon what sounds like a wooden floor.
Hmm. Interesting. Okay. So, can I try to remove the chain?
How would you like to do that?
In what way is it configured around my arm?
So, in terms of a gibbeting cage, think of it as you're wearing a dress that is a jail,
Yeah.
and your arms are essentially placed out almost, you're not quite T-posed, but your arms are essentially as if you were trying to hug a barrel.
Yeah.
Except one of your arms is the opposite direction. Your left arm is bent in the same direction that your right arm is.
Okay. Yikes.
And your legs dangle down below as well.
Okay. Then. With. And I have nothing gear wise equipped onto my person.
You have your armor, you have your gauntlets. You look for your Kopesh, and the only thing you're able to detect is a tiny sliver of web leaking itself from the very center of the palm of your hand, going off down below the floor beneath you.
This is exactly the plot, the first act of Spider-Man 1. Okay, so if I'm Tobey Maguire, what would I do? I think I would get very angry at the paparazzi. And with my gauntlets, I'm gonna try to, with my right arm, I'm gonna try to see if I can break it free with the gauntlet that I have that I'm currently wearing. And I'm gonna yell out loud, I need you to move out of the fucking way. I'm trying to drive. As I look pissed at the paparazzi. Yeah.
The paparazzi get further into your face because that's what they do.
Okay.
And they don't get out of your way, bro. You're gonna have to, it's.
All right. I'm gonna roll initiative.
Okay, yeah. Your girl looks sad, but she understands.
Yeah. Roll initiative for the car.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna use the gauntlet, and I'm gonna try to break my right arm out. Just by brute strength, just to see what happens.
All right. Roll me an athletics check.
All right. Gotta be a good roll now. Not too bad. So that's a natural 14 for an 18 total.
18 total. You basically, Isaiah, you can't, let me think. Can you get a grip on can you get a grip, you motherfucker?
Get your fucking shit together.
I'm going to say you're going to push as hard as you possibly can to do what you can to break this cage. You allow this cage to ever so slightly dig into your flesh, and you're able to grab one of the bars of this cage, and with that roll, you are able to snap the bar with very little effort altogether. I'm going to say that it allows you to essentially get your head free of the cage ever so slightly. You begin to essentially use your chin to push your legs out as best you can just to get another angle with your right arm. You pull the chain very taut on your left arm. It hurts so bad, and you feel your arm beginning to bend back into the correct direction. You grab another bar, you break that one, and you eventually end up snapping this cage in what looks to be a way that it was never meant to be opened again. And you find yourself dangling ever so precariously from your almost freed gibbeting cage. The only thing keeping you up there at this point is to break the left arm restraints. If you do so, you could drop down below with the arm still chained to the floor.
Um.
But I will leave the agency on whether or not you go that far to you.
Yeah. So, how much mobility can my right arm grab and hold or touch my left arm, or is that impossible with the state I'm in right now?
At this point, it is possible.
Okay, so I think what I would try to do is go to the source of the wound on my left arm that has everything kind of in a funk, basically. And I'm going to put my right hand directly on the wound itself, and I'm going to dump 9 points of lay on hands to heal that specific spot, but I'd be healing 9 HP as well. But specifically in that region.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, is Isaiah going to reset his arm properly before he heals it?
Can you describe again the position that the arm's in again?
Hold out your left arm
Okay.
and bend it.
Which way?
Imagine the other direction.
Oh, so instead of like a right angle going up, it's a right angle going down.
Yes.
Okay. And it's chained to the ground.
Yeah, there's some room for the chain. Obviously, you were hanging, but yeah.
Um.
It will require a medicine check to reset it properly on your own.
I think I would try to torque my arm to get my elbow facing up, and then kind of jostle my fucking wrist so that it kind of swings down like a pendulum so that it's in the correct orientation. So I think I'll take the risk with the medicine check. I'll give it an attempt and see what
All
happens.
right. That's what I'm talking about.
So let's see if we can put this bad boy back in place.
All right.
That's a natural 13 for a 14 total.
14 is not bad. You are able to, despite the fact that you're wearing what I believe to be, was it half plate at this point?
It is half plate. Let me double check, but I believe it is half plate. It's a breastplate, medium armor breastplate.
Breastplate, okay. Make sure your shield is taken off of your AC as well.
Let me double check that's the case. Oh, it was equipped. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
You bitch.
Perfect.
Go ahead.
With a 14, I'm going to say, since you are just working through a breastplate, you don't have, I'll say you have gauntlets, obviously, the gauntlets of Gab. You're able to essentially adjust your arm to a comfortable position before you're making it very uncomfortable, and you reset the arm well enough to what you feel to be accepting enough
Yeah.
to receive the healing, and you do heal your arm back in. It's a little stiff, it's still incredibly painful, but it's back in working order, it feels like.
Okay. Okay. Then. Okay. Can I use my right arm to take the chain off of my left arm?
You dig and dig into the gauntlet for where the chain is. You find the source of the chain.
And I don't like it.
Isaiah, you don't like it. You look, and in some type of sick modification that quite literally chills you to the bone, this chain is part of the bone of your arm itself.
Okay. Well, first of all, fucked up. Second of all, Ray, you gotta chill out with taking your sauce from God of War, okay? Like, I don't know if you're sending me on some Kratos arc right now, but at least give me the Leviathan axe before you give me the chains that I can't get rid of, okay? So, that's a formal request in advance. Uh, but, in any case, is the chain attached to the floor?
Uh, Let me ask you this. Do you drop down from the gibbeting cage?
No.
No? All right. You test the chain so slightly. It seems like the chain goes through the floor.
Goes through the floor.
It goes through the floor. You can see movement in the light that's flowing from the floor down below. You can pull the chain very painfully up, and then it goes back down ever so slightly. The hole's not very big, but it's big enough for the change.
Okay, then I'll drop down from the. Oh, wait a second.
I love that. I love that. That's in character.
Um.
Wait a second. Hanging from the giving
Yeah,
cage.
yeah,
Wait a fucking second.
yeah. Somebody cooked here. Okay. Is there anything hanging on the ceiling that, like a rafter or a cross beam, a support beam, or anything like that?
Yes, there is. There seems to be a number of support beams and cross beams.
Okay, I would like to climb out of the cage and climb up to one of those beams.
Okay. You climb up, you're pulling the chain through the bottom floor upwards, and you begin to climb up and hang from the ceiling.
Okay, now how much weight is on my left arm? My very sore left arm.
Luckily enough, this chain is not very heavy. It doesn't feel like there's anything holding the chain back.
Nothing holding it down.
No, nothing holding it down.
Okay. Can I pull with my right arm from the crossbeam up top? Can I see how much I can pull up of this chain?
Yeah, you're able to pull up the chain. Seems like with one arm, full arm movement, you have a full range of movement here.
How long is this chain if I have collected all of it?
Do you want to keep pulling it?
Yeah.
Okay, you keep pulling and pulling and pulling, and then eventually, Isaiah, you hear the footsteps downstairs enter the room again, and you hear a door open and shut. The chain seems to be going for a good maybe 20 feet before that moment in time happens, but suddenly, with that change of your environment, you suddenly realize, okay, someone's aware now.
How high up do the rafters go?
This room is only about 10 feet or so tall.
Okay, so it's not really much.
It's like 9 feet.
Mhm. Hmm. I'll drop down from the rafters and I will pick up the. I'll try to pick up the skull with the jewel eyes and see
Okay.
if I could talk to it potentially. I'll say something to it. I'm like, "Are you like do you know Enelok?"
You pick up the skull, dropping down to the floor for the first time. You suddenly realize the floor is covered in what seems to be, after a quick investigation, bone. Just bones and bones and bones. The skull, its eyes begin to glow its glorious orange glow again. And as soon as you whisper the word Enelok or speak it aloud, it seems to begin to open its mouth and whispers, Enelok. I am like Enelok. You know me.
I do know you, and I'd like to know you better, but we do need to get out of here. And I was wondering if there's any sort of assistance that you could potentially offer, as it seems like you've been living here for quite some time.
You suddenly hear the voice of the skull inside of your head more intimately as the glow dulls a bit, and you hear what seems to be a more, I'll say, provocative female voice. You seem to know my name, but I do not know yours. Speak it upon me.
I'd whisper, "My name's Isaiah of Jabaxi. Now, I would love to stick around for these like introductions, but right now I think we should be more action oriented than small talk oriented."
The skull whispers in your mind again. These hags have held possession over me for far too long. I wish to end them, as is my duty. Isaiah of Jabaxi. My name has become lost to me, but the name of Enelok is something I share with many of my brethren. If you would do so and free me from my situation, I would do so the same in your regard.
I can guarantee you passage outside of this coven.
Then, Isaiah, I'm afraid to say that you are deep within their clutches and claws. I have seen many imprisoned here, many risen, many paladins, many fallen, come here and die. I wish luck upon you, that you may outlive their cruelty. Remember this, they are Fae, and you must offer them nothing. Do not give your name, and keep your allies from their ears.
I appreciate your wisdom, Enelok's companion, compatriot. But we should probably get out of here. So, yeah. Um, I'm
Let
gonna
us go then.
I'm gonna try to enter stealth.
All right, roll me some stealth.
Okay. It's a natural 9 for an 8.
You know, Isaiah, it's very difficult to maneuver this place with a bone chain attached to your arm in the most intimate way possible physically, while you, I assume, proceed to evacuate the premises. Am I mistaken in the idea that you're trying to leave this room as well?
I'm gonna leave this room, and the first priority is to follow the web.
Isaiah, as you begin to walk through this doorway, you look in the hall. It's very grotesque. The hallway itself seems to be wider and slightly taller than the room that you were in. Hanging above, obscuring a lot of the sights, look to be coffins hanging from ropes, wrapping them in entirety like a ham in in a butcher shop. Some of them are broken open with no occupants, and some occupants inside of them. The curious thing is that amongst the multitude of bones, you see a number of chains, bone-like chains similar to the one that you have upon your wrist right now. And a number of them are moving as well.
Okay. I think something that I didn't note is that I want to fashion a sort of like a bone chain spool that goes from my left shoulder down to my right hip and basically loops the whole thing.
I like it. I like it.
So I'll do that just to start. And then hmm, yeah, I'll just continue to follow the web.
You follow the source of this web. It seems to be almost effortlessly digging into this hag's coven, seemingly attempting to lead you back to the Kopesh wherever it might be hidden or stashed away.
Yeah.
It's eerie, Isaiah, that you see a number of what looks to be curious sights. You see a stack of books that curls in an arc, followed up with another stack of books, almost like a rib cage going down this hallway.
Hmm.
At one point in time, despite your very poor stealth roll,
Hey.
you find yourself hiding behind a hanging coffin while what looks to be a golem made of books makes its way down the hallway opposite side of you, stopping to look at you for a moment and then continuing on with its slow approach back down the way you came,
With his
not giving you
shift.
any mind.
Interesting. Can I actually do an Arcana check on my Skullhead companion? I want to understand its potential, its utility, its beyond its general knowledge of hags and just talking, similar to Adalak, what it can do.
Unlike the known Enelok that you know so intimately, it seems like this individual, this skull, is very few words in any given situation. Uh, roll me an Arcana check.
That is a natural 18 for a 22.
22. Your immediate understanding of this thing is that whenever she does talk to you on some occasions, she's seemingly all business, no fun, no pleasure involved, unlike the ever so graceful Scott himself.
What a treat.
She seems to be almost broodingly so, just anti-fun, but on occasion she'll give you a suggestion on where to walk, and she does end up asking you to point her in certain directions, and she'll point out specific glyphs and traps that these hags have laid in wait. Magical mouths that give off a short little giggle. Look over here. No, over here. That are just made to distress anyone that would come down this hallway. And it's not very long until you find what seems to be an individual that has been turned into what looks to be a half bisected art piece while they're still alive. Whereas half of the right side of their body seems to be fully in its normal piece, and then its left hand just completely turned into what seems to be slices of its former form just splayed out and placed in an eternal torture of just observation and a lack of understanding as to why this would even happen to them. They're not clothed, they're not armed in anything, and they don't seem to have any type of bone attachment, but they just seem to be encased in what looks to be glass.
Interesting. Um, yeah, so can I roll another Arcana check?
What would you like to roll another Arcana check for?
I want to know if there's a way to dispel glyphs without having any particular spell that alludes to the fact that you can dispel things. Actually, I do have dispel magic, but that's so costly because I think there is more than one or two glyphs around here. So yeah, that's what I want to roll my Arcana check for. Oh shit, that is a natural 20 for a 24.
You look around, Isaiah, and you have an idea. You know that Scalules, the other skull you had some type of relationship with,
My best friend.
seemed to, yeah, your best friend, Tangus, loyal companion, not willingly,
Yeah.
has the ability of true sight with very limited range and very poor perception for mostly comedic purposes. You look at the runes on top of this skull with its orange blazing eyes, and with your knowledge of dispel magic and arcana, you have a feeling that this skull could possibly dispel, if not just outright erase, some of the hag's magic if this skull is able to truly understand the spell itself. So what I'm basically saying mechanically is that if you are to roll Arcana high enough, you will be able to use this skull to essentially dispel any type of magical effect that these hags might have created. But since these are hags, these are modified spells in their evil, disformed fashion.
Okay. Then can let me ask you this then. I would, from my understanding, would be that the skull would also be trying to understand the glyphs themselves. So therefore, would I be am I liable? You know, I'm talking to you like my attorney. Am I liable to get not advantage, but yeah, advantage on the Arcana check because in theory the skull would be giving me the help action.
That is correct.
Okay, then uh, then I will do. Let me rethink my plan. Let me rethink my plan here. Give me just 1 second. So I think what my plan is going to be is that as the skull will point out glyphs, I will do my best to dispel the glyphs with the skull. But ultimately, I will still be following the same route as before, where I'm following through the web.
The skull, she will speak up. In your mind,
Okay.
Isaiah of Tabaxi, do not use me to dispel such childish glyphs, only the important ones that may cause us error in our journey. I wish for you to give me the name of someone you would die for, as a form of reference, so that I may keep them safe from your hag problem.
Could I make an insight check to see if she's dead ass or if she's doing what they like to call sowing the seeds for blackmail?
Give me an insight check.
Okay. That will be a natural 14 for a 19.
Dead ass. She is not messing around. She seeks to usurp these hags in any way possible. She seems to hold a deep grudge.
Okay. Um, I will. At this point, I will look. I will take the skull from my side, um, and actually look at it in its eyes. Now I'm actually giving the skull the actual proper attention. Um, and I'll look at her and I'll say, "Here's a couple of things, skull. I'm gonna work on your name. Don't worry about that." Um, See, for me, looking at these glyphs and my lack of experience with hags in general, I don't know what a serious glyph is, and I don't know what a minor glyph is, so I'm looking at all of these glyphs as potential candidates to dispel. I appreciate your advice, but I am in new uncharted territory. Uh, so bear with me on that front. Another thing, the names that I hold dearly that I want to protect are as follows: uh, Solana, Fina, Gabriella, Tangith, Ro. Um, I have a buddy of mine that I really deeply miss, Mowgli. Uh, I deeply want to protect. Let's see, who else? Obviously, I want to protect Ion, the serpent. I also want to protect Amun Ra because he's old as shit. Um, and I also want to protect. Oh man, Diver Prescott. I also want to protect my best buddy Cademan.
Oh
And
man.
I also want to protect Fredjewel as well. So why I gave you all those names is that I can't just pick one. So if I'm picking one, I'm picking all of them. Do with that what you will. Call it a shopping list, because if I'm getting you out of here, you're probably gonna have to protect all of them from these hags. Because I can't leave here without the weapon that's at the end of this little. And I'll like, you know, jerk the web a little bit to show it to the skull. I'll just be like, hey, this is the thing at the end of this. This is the prize. We have to get that. So, um, I'll do that. But yeah,
She looks at that, notes it. Interesting. But still, you must give me one so that I may own it for the time and protect it from the hags as they pry it from your mind. Good to know that you have such a wide variety of those you would die for.
Why do you gotta say it like that? Um,
Die for.
uh, let's see. Who would I protect?
Who makes the best sandwich?
God, you need some more friends that aren't hags. Um,
There
uh,
is no best sandwich, it's a dead witch.
hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Tink's dead. Rowan and Tank give me the impression that they got hands. Like I shouldn't even really be concerned about them too much. I know they got the sauce. Uh, with my family, I feel like it's like an even distribution across all three of them. It's like picking one is like I don't know. Gotta pick all of them. Hmm. So much to pick one name, and also how I don't. Okay, so how long it has have I has it's how long has it been since I've entered the Duat with analog? Do I know?
You don't know. It the time variance feels very strange to you.
Yeah. Yep. So there's not really a solid answer in there. Uh, I will say for the purposes of indecision and to keep this going, I will say the name Mowgli.
So you give her the name Mowgli. As you do so, Isaiah, the skull's black runes suddenly envelop the rest of the skull's figure itself, and the runes itself become a lacquered white instead. And you feel that this skull has always been Mowgli. This skull is Mowgli, and Mowgli's obviously always been with you this whole time, but for some reason this batch of hags had a hold of him, and that's wrong. Now that he's back in your possession, you can keep Mowgli safe.
Oh my gosh. How does Tom Segura say it? Murder. Murder. It's coming.
And
Uh,
at that point, yeah, the skull Mowgli in your hand. Yes, a name that they do not possess any longer. Well done.
Mowgli, you have some attitude. You've changed, but I don't know if I dislike it yet, but it's an adjustment for sure. Um,
I have changed and I will change them even more so.
okay. Cool. Well, to prevent me from carrying the skull all the time, I would like to fashion. Uh, is the thread? Can I rip the thread and still have it like be connected to the weapon?
Isaiah, as you like try to rip the thread itself, it's almost impossible to do so. It like if you try to like grip it with your right hand and your left hand, it
Yeah.
just kind of like goes to the top of your right hand instead.
Oh, it just moves. It's shifty.
Yeah, it's very shifty. It is rather eternal. But as you do so, you see a skeleton walk by that's just made out of nothing but femur bones in the shape of a regular skeleton. And he just kind of looks at you, gives you a thumbs up, and keeps walking.
Um,
He's very tall, as femur bones are very long.
are these creations of the hags? They have to be. So are they just perpetually monitoring me?
You're so unsure. Like at this point, like they don't seem to antagonize you. They seem to be rather chill, if that's possible.
I might want to fuck around and hang out. No, I'm just kidding. But also, fuck you, Ray, for being vague. Okay. What I will say is this: is that um, I would like to fashion some type of like bone necklace of sorts, since I think that's the most accessible material here, into basically turning this Mowgli skull into like a extra large amulet of sorts.
Easily done enough. There's plenty of bone, sinew, and leftover rope, or anything of the sort to fashion what seems to be a necklace to carry this uh, skull without any need for using your hand.
Okay, that sounds good to me. Then in that case, I think I will. I'll ask Mowgli, the Mowgli skull. Will you tell me when the glyph seems important enough to try to dispel?
I will do my best, but my vision and power has faded over these years where I have been in their captivity. They have taken much from me, and I wish to take more from them.
Okay, well, that's all right. I'm just gonna be upfront with it. Okay, so the Mowgli that I knew just had a overall a much better attitude and more of a can-do attitude. So like,
Yeah,
could you
yeah.
just try to emulate that to an extent, just for my sake, because you are still technically Mowgli. So if you could just help me out with that, I think that'll help me get my I don't know, idea of who Mowgli. I miss him. Okay, that's the issue. I miss him, and I want him to be safe and okay. And if you're Mowgli, then you got to start acting like Mowgli, and that's just my issue here. So
Uh, Mowgli Skull sighs inside of your mind and says, "Thank you for freeing me and getting me back. I will do my best to assist you."
okay, um, I still got a small tinge of "fuck you" in that tone, but I appreciate the words nonetheless, and and I'll keep going. I'll follow the web, and then I'll just obviously be paying attention for glyph callouts of consequence.
You travel for what seems to be one more minute until the coffins end, and there's a sudden lack of bones where there were plenty of before. There seems to be a replacement of overgrowth of trees and very strange hanging symbols of a myriad of disgusting figures with multiple limbs just hanging in what seems to be tribute from the ceiling.
Ew.
Uh, it's at this point in time where you see one of these bone-like chains similar to yours just kind of deviating from the main path and going down what looks to be a small little crawl space to the right in this hallway.
Okay, then in that case, I will take the. I'll try to enter the crawl space the best I can with the Mowgli skull, and then the bone spool, the bone chain spool.
Traveling further and further down, you find yourself in what seems to be a room, almost like a scribe's room. You follow this chain, it's moving ever so slightly until you find what looks to be deeper into this room around a bookcase. You see a small figure doing what looks to be writing on some type of parchment, but you can't really tell. The figure itself, bushy hair, about the size of a halfling, has this chain bone sticking out of their leg.
How hot are they on the D12 scale?
from this angle, I'll roll. A 7.
Okay, I can work with that.
You look around, Isaiah. There looks to be a number of armor sets in here, along with these books, scrolls, and other letters and tomes. It looks to be, you see what looks to be hoplite salient armor very similar to what Tangith was wearing when he first came upon you guys in Romy's Hill, this barbarian-esque tribal armor of a Leonin in a wasteland. You see what looks to be feather-like armor, black in color, and almost appropriate for sailing, it would seem. You also see a number of different, and a concentration of different Jabaxi culture armors. You have mainland Jabaxi capital, what would be the common guard, a number of magi of different gods, and strangely what seems to be scribes garb, all placed upon mannequins
Interesting.
and preserved as best as they can be.
Whose fucking Sims world is this?
But this short figure writing something up has not noticed you as you have entered this room. But it's ever so slightly lit for your convenience, although the source of the light seems to be odd and unknown. Almost like there's backlighting in the corners.
Hmm. I will. Damn. Your decisions get just that much more complicated when your stealth modifier is -1. Um, you just have to. The risks are larger, and your creativity has to be, flowing to get a plan going. Um, I will. Fuck it, let's go. I'm gonna roll stealth.
Okay, roll some stealth.
A natural 14 for a 13.
14 for a 13. I'm going to roll their perception, as they are rather dedicated to their letter. That is a natural 4 for not enough.
Good, good, good.
You seem to have gone undetected in whatever plan you seem to be going about.
I'm gonna approach. I'm gonna approach right behind him, and with my ogre gauntlet, I'm going to clasp my hand over his mouth and whisper in his ear, "Keep it quiet. I just have a couple of questions."
When you do that, Isaiah, you can feel the life nearly leave this halfling's body as he attempts to drive this whatever writing device that he has into your eye, and you catch it with your other hand not clasped over his mouth, and simply overpower this poor little individual as you begin to feel tears leaking through your gauntlet as they feel like the end is now.
I'm gonna whisper, I'm going to take my hand off your mouth. And if you begin to scream, my hand will have to go around your throat and stop you from screaming. Do you understand?
The halfling nods.
And then once I feel the nod, I will slowly release my hand from his mouth.
The halfling doesn't even turn around. I assume you disarm him of his pointed device.
Um, I'm not too concerned about the pen. I would leave him. I would let him have the
Okay.
quill because I think he has an understanding that I entered this room. He didn't notice, and I put the fear of God in him. And I let him live. So I think he kind of knows. If he wants to get froggy, well then fucking ribbit, bitch. Um, so yeah, I'll let him have the quill.
Okay. Uh, as you let go of him, you hear him and you see him beginning to sob ever so slightly, and he whispers, I was doing what you asked me to do. I'm writing the letters. I've done everything you've asked, but you won't let me go. Why do you keep playing these games with us? Why don't you just let us go? Where are we? And he ever so slightly like tries to steal a look at you and just catches a look of you with the skull on your chest and just looks back. He just can't. He can't actually bear to face you.
I'll start pacing around the room, not looking at him, kind of looking at everything that's in here from the different armaments and armor and all that. And I'll just kind of, in a very soft spoken tone, I'll say, um, You and I find ourselves in similar predicaments in that we are both trapped deep within inside a hag's coven. For whatever reason, you were given the honor to be the hag's scribe, whereas I woke up in a cage. Why is that the case?
He, with this revelation, he does look at you and he sees that you are not what he originally thought. You look at him and he is a halfling, more than likely local of Jabaxi. He seems to bear the garbs of what looks to be a regular scribe of Jabaxi, and he begins to shake ever so slightly, and you hear Mowgli the Skull whisper into you, He is charmed. He is charmed by the hags. I can see it upon him. And with that, you look at him. He looks to have grubs, almost like small maggots, crawling underneath his skin, just beneath his epidermis or so. Some of them flowing inside of his veins, and his eyes glow a very quick green, and then just he looks down and he says, I have done everything that the mothers have asked of me, and they said that as long as I obeyed them and I wrote the letters and I learned more handwritings. I have simply done everything told to me. I'm sorry I cannot help you. We are blessed to continue to live here under their care and considerations. And in time, the doctor, he will come to you and he will make sure that you are fit, and you will find yourself a role. You will find a role, or you will become meat. That is all I can tell you. I I wish you well, my friend. May I have your name?
Hmm.
At that moment in time, the moment he says, "May I have your name?" you hear Mowgli the Skull say, "No!" in your head. Only to you.
Hmm. Can I make a history check? To see if I remember any of the names of the hags.
Yes, you may.
That is a natural 9 for a 9.
You know what? It was pretty low DC. It was screamed to you in a very pivotal moment in time. So the hag that you went toe to toe with was Corsoa, Hag of the Sand.
Corsoa, Hag of the Sand.
Villabrood was the sea hag that put down Ion with a stare. And you did not get the third hag's name.
Okay. Then, in that case, I will look over to him and say, actually, there's probably a better way of doing this. Um, do I know the name of the Shifo coalition leader?
You do. The Shifo Coalition's leader, the Annex, his name was Shifo Bayless. The word Shifo being his actual family name.
Okay, then I would look over to the halfling and say, I am Bayless Shifo of Salia, and I was wrongfully put here by our whatever you called it, our great, protectors and leaders. But unfortunately, I cannot stay long because I have to figure out what this is about. And when I say this, I'm gonna gesture to the web that's poking out of my hand because I assume he has no clue if this is hag stuff or stuff related to me.
You see him look at what you're pointing to in your hand, and he looks at your hand and he just looks confused, puzzled. You. What do you speak upon? I see nothing but your gauntlet. Do you wish it to be removed?
Oh, that's right. No one can see the web except me.
And your good old buddy Mowgli, the skull.
Okay, okay, okay. That's right. That's right. Um, then I'll just tell him. I'll be like, um, some magic has made it be the case that a uh, web has been spun out from the palm of my hand through my gauntlet. Unfortunately, the properties of this web make it so that you can't see it by normal means, and it takes a special type of sight to even be able to see it. Um, I'm assuming this is some type of advanced magic, but that is what I'm trying to figure out right now is where this will lead me. I'm trying to spike the conversation with a lot of like 100% truth, but like also 100% omission of actual information.
He looks at you with a look of intrigue, a mixture of intrigue, concern, and fascination. Bayless Shifo of Salia, you look expectantly like a member of my homeland, of Jabexi. I think that it would be of great service that you offer yourself to Villabrood or Corsoa, maybe even Sleeksap, as a tribute. If you offer yourself in a form of, well, looking at you, you appear to be tough. You look to be a warrior in your armor. I feel like you could make yourself a very good service as a warrior for these hags. From what I understand, those who find themselves in under their employ end up in very high esteem and very powerful positions. As he says that, you see a number of grubs crawling underneath his face just kind of shift and give him an ever more powerful glow in the eyes. And he reaches around his desk and starts searching amongst his letters for something. Isaiah, you feel a little strange at this moment in time. You feel a slight tug on the chain that's connected to you that gives you a little cause for concern.
How would it be tugged if it's a spool?
Well, if it's a spool, it still has to begin somewhere. And so far, you have not found a limit to your chain. You seem to be carrying the spool itself and wrapping it up as time goes along, as you keep traveling, just to keep it out of the way. So it has to essentially spool as close to your body as possible.
Oh, interesting.
But as you see your spool tug ever so slightly, you see the halfling's chain suddenly go taut as he begins to reach for a letter, and he starts whispering, Bayless, Shifo, Bayless. I remember. Someone. And suddenly he is jerked and clashes into your chest, knocking you to your knee, and he goes flying. Hits a wall and gets pulled through the crawl space within a very short amount of time.
Is there any weapons in this room?
You look around. The only thing you can find that would even be remotely close to a weapon is a large bone that you possibly could use as a club.
Is there a shield in this room?
You look around for a shield. Nothing can really... I could say that you can basically take a large piece of wood, possibly, depending on how urgent you're trying to be, and use that as a temporary shield that will break eventually.
Is there any other exits beyond the crawl space?
Yeah, there's actually a door. As this little individual gets drug out at a supernatural pace itself, the web on your hand begins to move and shift, going upwards.
Oh,
And then
I could probably interpret that as someone is wielding it.
that is more than likely your simple interpretation, yes.
Um,
Either it's
okay.
being welt or it's being moved.
Okay, interesting. Then I'm going to. And there's no bones in this room really either.
Not really. There's small, like, sparsings of them. There seems to be, like, not a wide variety like there was in the previous domain, but it seems to be moving towards more so cleanliness. This room is rather clean besides the clutter of the manuscripts themselves, but a number of letters make themselves very apparent to you, Isaiah, as you look and you realize that this little halfling that has been scribing and working on things is creating correspondence.
Okay. And you said the light source in this room is not discernible to be able to be found, correct?
It doesn't seem to be so. It seems like almost like the entire room itself is illuminated just slightly enough to the point where you could write something down, but miss anything of detail.
Okay.
The halfling seemed to be searching for something when you mentioned Bayless, but before he was drug away, he wasn't able to find it, and he didn't really make any type of course of action to stop himself as he was drug at a supernatural pace.
Okay, then I'll do this. Is there an ink pot on the desk?
Yes, there is.
I will dump out the ink onto any correspondence in progress or stuff ready to be mailed out. I want to fuck up the UPS system and the USPS system and the FedEx system.
You want to ruin everything.
I do. I do. I want to. There's not a paper shredder in this room, but if there was one, I would be using it. So right now, I'm going to settle for this inkwell, and I'm going to make sure blotches get everywhere. And since I can't burn it, I'll just set this dude back a little bit, and maybe he'll get his shit rocked because he let someone in here fuck up his letters. So I'm gonna do that. Then I'm gonna grab probably a large femur and just have it at my side, and then I'll have a slab of wood, I guess, kind of awkwardly held, and I'm gonna try to crawl through the crawl space again.
Okay. You scatter what looks to be blood in a ink pot all over many different types of correspondence. Unfortunately, there's not much inside of it, so you're able to cover up what looks to be the immediate letters upon the desk itself in like 2 to 3 good swaths before you realize that you can't really do much more. Isaiah, the chain connected to your arm starts to hurt again as you look, and it seems like the bleeding has started back up, and it begins to start to envelop the spool that you've created.
Okay.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Well, all right, that's a lot. It's a natural 17 for a 21.
Very nice. You feel yourself fading into unconsciousness, but you're able to push yourself beyond your limits with newfound strength.
Okay. I'm going to, now that I have this idea that someone's wielding the web weaver. I'm going to try to, I guess, stealth again, and then try to follow the web back to its source without trying to fuck with the source or get noticed by it.
Before you leave the scribe's domain, Mowgli the Skull says, "Wait! Look upon that case right there. There is a blue book with a yellow binding. Grab it."
Okay. Does I will grab the book from the bookcase, pocket it, and then if there is a queue of letters that I couldn't get blotches of ink from, I'm taking them.
You want to take some letters?
I want to take some letters.
You take some letters. All right.
Um,
Let me know when you want to look at the letters.
yeah, I'll do that. And then can I make a investigation check to see if there's anything else of consequence in this room? Because I didn't notice the bookcase initially.
Roll investigation.
Holy shit. A natural 20 for a 24.
Isaiah,
You find God.
you find yourself in a moment in time where you catch the light slipping and it just illuminates a little bit too much. You look upon the room with depth, accuracy, and you see a number of things that perturb you. It's a moment in time that nearly slips past you that a number of these armors are bloodied. They're damaged. And they seem to be organized in a way that the cases, the bookcases, the correspondence, and the number of things around them are all associated to the armor itself. The armor actually dictates what culture these books, scrolls, manuscripts, and tomes all come from. You realize that this Jabaxi armor, that is the most substantial one around here, seems to be owned by a previous captain of the guard in Pharos. But a person by the name of Garrig Mach that you knew to be somewhat of an asshole. Like, you know when you got a bad cop in the neighborhood who
No.
just like wants to like have a show of force for the
Sure.
sake of having it. This guy seems to have been cut down deftly, and the number of correspondences that are tied to him in general. There is a number of arguments between Garrig Mach and these individuals known as the Lithas Collective. The Lithas Collective. Basically, Garrig Mach seems to be threatening them with any type of law that he possibly can to get them either arrested, executed, and or basically just outright angry with him in a way that would get the Lithas Collective to actually strike out at him. Now, you don't know anything about the Lithas Collective, but it seems to be that a number of these correspondences are repeated over and over and over, and you realize with a natural fucking 20 that this little scribe guy has slowly but surely been copying handwriting and creating new forms of correspondence, leading to what seems to be the assassination of specific figures.
What the fuck kind of hag covenant? You have a... Wait a second. The Dark Brotherhood is in the underworld inside of a coven. Ray, see, I don't like to make assumptions about you. I mean, it's just rude, it's presumptuous, it's just, and it can be hurtful at times. But the places your brain goes to, you have to be on PCP. That's the only logical explanation of how we even got to this point.
There's a number of correspondences about PCP.
Do you got it? Do you got it? Where can I meet you?
How
What time?
much do you have?
Yeah, what time? What time? What time? No good.
And
No good.
how much can you spare?
Yeah, yeah. How much PCP
I got
is
some
too much?
long nights.
If I look at the glyphs, are they made out of PCP?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Absolutely.
Oh jeez. Okay, interesting.
But that is a repeated thing throughout what looks to be a number of these different places. There seems to be some correspondence with certain tribes amongst the Eastwell Wastes. There seems to be some correspondence between a number of individuals throughout Salia, in Jabaxi as well, and disturbingly so, you see what looks to be correspondence between a number of families throughout the land of Vari as well. A land that you did not truly ever go to, but a land that you know that one of your closest allies was from. Ro.
Yeah, see, I feel like I'm under time pressure, but yet I want to look at all the details. So I think I would take. Does the all of the Jabaxi stuff, the memorabilia, I'll say, the museum, the display, do I get the impression that if some of these pieces are taken, that the operation kind of is fucked? Like, I'm trying to see if there's some power in like the collection of everything for the puzzle to be complete, so to speak. Or is it just kind of like tokens of memorabilia? And also, just to clarify, is that captain's armor Captain Sylvan's armor?
The captain's armor is not Captain Sylvan's armor.
Okay.
You're able to discern that immediately. Not made for a Leonin.
Yeah.
You can't. You never met this guy, so you don't know. You only know him by reputation. But you definitely know that these armors themselves seem to be memorabilia, and it looks to be that these correspondences are not only, some of them are still ongoing, but they're essentially kept as like serial killer prizes, essentially.
Okay.
Almost like trophies to look back upon in moments when you want to just really take pride in the amount of discourse that you have truly brought upon the world. I will say that the number of letters that you took yourself, all of them seem to be Jabaxi associated.
Okay.
But they are currently, some of them are just pieces of work that are undone or not quite done yet. I'll say that about 2 to 3 of them or so are just repetitive letters that if you wish to look at for the sparse details like names and such, I can give you those right now, or you can take them in depth.
I will not be reviewing the letters at this time, but I will take the correspondences pertaining to Vari, if possible, and I'll pocket those. And then with the ink pot, I would like to crush it in my hand, in my gauntlet.
Okay. You crush it in your hand. You feel the room shake ever so slightly when you do so.
And is the quill still in this room?
The quill is still in this room. He dropped it on his way out.
Okay, I will. It's not really dramatic because it's literally a fucking quill, but I will snap it in half.
Yep, it's a bone quill. You break it in half. No effect given from that, but the ink pot seemed to have some type of consequence upon this domain.
Okay, then I will then be getting my begin my trek of crawling through the crawl space and stealthily trying to approach the source of the web.
You
So,
do so,
oh fuck,
going
here
down
we
the
go.
hall.
Yeah, crock of shit. Here we go. Let's do it.
You get to a split. The web itself continues forward through the very wall itself, but there's no path forward. There is simply left, and then there is right. Goes off in a Y direction if
So
you're coming
it's
from the base.
okay. Okay, so it's a Y direction, but the web is going straight.
The web is going straight. I will say, as you go down, it's starting to smell more and more like sea life and rotted fish as you go down in this direction, which calls back the thoughts of the sea hag you had come into contact with.
Can I make an investigation or survival check to detect which path the halfling went down when he was pulled? If he was pulled in either of these directions.
You are able to deduce that the halfling was pulled back in the direction that you came in, as his chain was leading from the same direction that you approached.
Okay, so he's behind. He's not in the fork.
He is behind, and there are two chains going in each direction. Two chains.
Two chains.
Yep.
All right, go ahead.
Also, two bone chains going in both directions
Okay.
of this fork.
So two chains and two both chains in both directions. Fuck, there's a lot going on here. The lore runs deep. Okay, well then I will just roll to pick a path. I'll
Easy
roll a
done.
d4 and 1 and 2 left, 3, 4 right. 3, that's a right.
Right it is. Do you wish to continue stealthily or
Oh, I'm so
full
stealthy.
blast?
I'm so stealthy.
The stealthiest man in the world.
Yeah.
All right. Since you're entering a new environment, I'll allow you to re-roll your stealth.
Okay. Shouldn't have let me. That was a natural 4 for a 3.
Damn. Well, you move down to the right. The wooden halls become damp, cold, and the ground begins to give way to flooding ever so slightly. Smells disgusting. Stink of swamp, rotten flesh. Becomes very obvious that you're traveling down this hallway. And at the same time, you see some things moving ever so slightly under the water, making it out to be the chains, similar to yours. You have to take your time to make sure that your chain doesn't get stuck up on the corner of the Y, spooling it as it goes along. Isaiah, you find yourself in a open room, not quite circular, but more rounded as a base. And you see what looks to be two individuals just kind of sitting back to back with bone weapons in their hands, resting, breathing heavily. They are unarmored, uncompared to you, or compared to you. They seem to be elven in species and race. They immediately catch your presence as you approach. One of them gives off a deep sigh and begins to stand, taking a stance of combativeness upon seeing you. They take a shaky stance, and the other one simply looks off in a direction where you see what looks to be this little bat-like figure hanging from the top of the ceiling, just kind of giving off a false menacing glare as it seems to emit tiny little bolts of lightning from its hands in a means to attempt to intimidate one of these two elves. I'll say that this room itself seems to be less flooded, a little more elevated from the sea level, or I should say the floor level of the sea, and you can easily tell that these two chains that were flowing in the water belong to these two elves.
Hmm. And then the bat thing in the corner, that's, I don't know, some bullshit ass security cam.
Yeah, this bat hanging from the ceiling. You don't hear his words quite yet, but as you begin to approach, you hear him say, "I will sway you in the name of the sisters," and gives off his tiny little, what looks to be almost prestidigitation lightning as he's shocking the, I'll say, shorter elf of the two. Both of them seem to be bald, with striking ears, but the elf that's being shocked with the lightning just kind of like holds off the bat ever so slightly, but taking no ill effect from it at all.
Okay.
But Isaiah, before you get too close, the skull Mowgli just simply whispers to you, "Approach with caution, my friend. We do not know what this platform lies under or above."
I will do my best. I appreciate the insight. Um, I will approach forward and uh, look at the two elves, and I will say, I assume, based on this room, uh, that you two are prisoners of the Sea Hag.
The one elf holding his bone-like club towards you slightly relaxes and says, "We are prisoners, yes. It has been some time since we've seen another in a similar predicament, but you seem different in a way that I cannot quite understand. You are armored and armed. Are you some game of the hags?"
No, I am no friend of theirs, and I'm sure they are slowly making their way towards us as we speak. So I'm here to look for something, and it seems like I'm having a tough time finding it. But in my journey to find it, I have stumbled into many, I would say, fortunate circumstances, if not for me, but definitely for other parties involved, and this seems to be another one of those times. If it,
As
no, go ahead.
as this conversation goes on, the bat, the tiny little bat, he's about 1.5 feet tall, larger than any other bat you've ever seen, but a bat-like creature who's thoroughly being ignored at this point in time. He says, "Hey, hey, no, no, I am your destruction. You must stop. Hey, new guy, stop this." You get, and he flies up to you in between you two. You will feel my wrath. And he begins shocking you with the lightning from his fingertips on top of the ceiling. It ever so slightly tickles and itches the scalp of your head
Um,
as you hear Mowgli the Skull just, this is too cruel.
I will. I will grab the bat out of the air.
Okay, I'm gonna say roll to hit because he's not gonna let it simply happen. But yeah, just give it a good old grapple check.
That's a natural 4 for a 12.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna roll to see if he can get out of this. He's got pretty good acrobatics. What did you get?
A 4 for a 12.
4 for a 12? Okay, well, you know what? You got a 5 for a 10, so
I'll take it. I'll fucking
you,
take it.
he, he dodges your first blow. Ha! Simple prisoner, you cannot grab Wyman, champion of the court at the last vote. And as he's about to give out his name fully and his title, you grab him like a squeaky toy.
Yeah.
And his lightning suddenly stifles, and you suddenly have this about a 1.5 foot tall bat-like figure in your the palm of your hands.
I will look at Wyman and I will take my other hand and with like my forefinger and my middle finger, I'll like slightly kind of like caress the top of the bat's head. And I'm gonna look at him and I'm gonna be like, dearest Wyman.
He's trying to bite your fingers as you do so, but roll a persuasion check real quick.
That's a natural 9 for a 16.
That's still pretty good. Yeah, as you caress his head, it does have the effect of petting an animal. So he tries not to like it, but it's
He likes
caressing.
it.
Yeah, he likes it.
Wyman, it is my understanding that your capacity for wrath and vengeance and terror knows no bounds. Would I be correct in that assessment?
His eyes squint, and he begins to nod, and lightning begins to generate in a small Godzilla mouth laser upon him
Yeah.
as he erupts a blast of energy directly into your face, momentarily blinding you. And then it's over.
Can I make a performance check to see if I'm unfazed by that? I want to give the impression that whatever he does not bother me.
Yeah, go ahead. Give me a performance check.
Okay. Fuck! Natural 2 for a 5.
Yeah, for a split second in time, he does actually blind you. You get the feeling that his magic, while it seems and looks very powerful for a, bat-like figure,
Yeah.
it's very docile, and you can tell that it's not illusory. It's very much so of the realm of evocation. He's just not very potent at causing harm. And the only thing that blinds you is the brightness factor of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he does snicker a little bit, knowing that he has gotten you, and knowing that your defenses are slowly going down. You are vulnerable to my power.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is simply a matter of time before I coerce your head.
What's his name again? Yima?
His name is Lyman, but
Lyman.
he can't pronounce it.
Okay, it's Lyman. Okay. For whatever reason, I had a brain fart and I was thinking of the name Yzma and I'm like, it can't be fucking Yzma, but that would be hilarious if it was Yzma. So I'll look at
Lyman, Champion of the Court of the Lost Road, is what his true title is.
Okay. Lyman, based on that wonderful display of power that you just conveyed right now. It's my understanding that your ability and ambition for wrath, unfortunately, is far, far, far greater than this measly room. Um, so I was going to offer you the proposition that if you join me, I will allow you to unleash your wrath on the greater world, even, such that you can fulfill your dreams to their fullest potential and not just be stuck here with these two. And I'll look over to the elves and I'll whisper to Lyman, to these two, unfortunately, very sultry prisoners that don't truly appreciate your ability for wrath.
Lyman looks at you with a deep look of consideration and immediately nods his head. That would be superior to what I am doing and limited to in this domain.
I'll
However, I am employed by a hag, so therefore you will have to take it up to her for further employment.
You're right. You're right. Yes, and by no means do I want you to harm or get in the way of your employer. But what that also means is that if you want out, you cannot be in my way either. And you have to be able to stick by my side through this process. So, I'm not telling you to pick sides, but if you want out with us, you should try your best to not shock us or blind us with your wrath.
He looks at you, he looks at the elves.
And as I do this, I'm going to tickle him under the chin.
Oh, God. Roll an athletics check.
Okay.
He's going to roll a constitution saving throw.
Oh my gosh, that's funny.
Damn it.
Oh, am I actually rolling?
Yeah, roll an athletics check.
Okay. Fuck, I rolled a natural 1 for a 5.
It's still better than his natural one. For a -1.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah, so Lyman immediately is seduced by your tickles. He cannot resist a actual affection from an individual that doesn't see him as a tool or a nuisance. And Lyman is immediately, you could say easily charmed by you. I'm going to say that for that sake. Lyman immediately lightens in his mood. His lightning seems to subside. It becomes more internal. His fur becomes a little staticky and he gets a little poofy. But you basically have this little fruit bat guy that is just kind of like hanging out and monitoring you guys at this moment in time. But he doesn't seem to be rather antagonistic, and the two elves look at you and they say, I think it's best that we call you Silver Tongue from this point forward.
I think I would appreciate that, but I'd only accept that title under the condition I would look up at Lyman, and I would say you address him as the Thunderbird.
You hear the elves. They whisper amongst themselves. Thunderbird. And you see Lyman just kind of like inhale with pride, makes his chest a little bit bigger. And he suddenly feels like he's the king of the castle. Like Borat.
King of the castle.
King of the castle, king of the castle. And Lyman actually flies down from the ceiling and sits on the platform with the elves. These two are simple prisoners, but this man, he has a way with his words. I think he is the favorite of all the hags here. And the prisoners just kind of look at him quizzically, not truly understanding what that is. And Mowgli the Skull simply speaks, "This could be a dangerous alliance you have made, both for us and against us, Isaiah of Jabaxi. Be careful what you tell him, but
Mo-
use him slightly. He seems to be an unfortunate character."
um, I would say in my mind to Mowgli, I'll be like, Mowgli, you don't remember this, but in your past life, you always understood that I made some very risky calls, and you're right, they didn't always pay off. But when you're at the bottom of a hag coven, weaponless, uh, and partyless, you got to make the most with what you have. And so far, if I have to settle with two elves, uh, a taser bat, and um, a skull from K Jewelers, then I'll just settle for what I have. So you just have to understand that that's what we're working with.
Rightly so. Risks must be taken, especially in dire circumstances like these. What these prisoners can offer us, I do not know. But Lyman seems to have knowledge here.
Yeah. Lyman, what do you say about having these two prisoners come free so that they can guide us out for our quest for wrath?
Lyman looks at you. Out? I. What is out? What? Do you mean other rooms when you say the greater world, or do you mean something else?
I do mean the greater world. Beyond this room is another room, and beyond that room is even more rooms. But once you get past all those rooms, there is a place that exists where there are no rooms for a long time. A long, long time.
You see him trying to wrap his small brain around that concept. God, he did not roll well. It seems like he has the idea that there's further rooms that are just so big that you just don't understand that they're rooms. But he understands that you know that there's a greater scope out there. So
Yeah.
you might be his ticket. However, the prisoners look at you and they say, how... The other one who was originally being tortured by Lyman, these two seem to be siblings of sorts. How do you know this place? Do you know where we are? Beyond these hags? How did you end up here?
Yes, so all of us here are in the underworld, the domain of Osiris and Anubis. We are in the location where everyone who transitions from their first life begin their second life. And how you guys got here, I don't know. But how I got here was on the way to a part of the underworld in which, on my way here, I encountered the hags, and after a scuffle, and I'll gesture towards the arm that was recently broken and healed, I was brought here to the coven against my wishes. Now, I've gotten out of my cage, but Uh, Once I got out of my cage, I figured I needed to make friends that aren't the hags because there is strength in having friends like Lyman, uh, and my, you know, pet skull here who can't talk, but gives me companionship a little bit. Uh, so I'm trying to find associates that can assist in getting us all out. Call it a mutual saving of sorts.
They look at you with concern about the pet skull situation, but
Yeah.
they uh, they seem to understand the circumstances that they came across. We know nothing about this Jabaxi or this Duat you speak of, but it feels cold here and unforgiving. Almost like we did pass on, but not the same way. We were not from this Jabaxi. We were from Isfa again, in the Manx Empire.
Interesting. Well, I'll say this. While I can't necessarily promise that I can get you home to Eastfulgen, if we work together, I would say that we have a shot at leaving this underworld and at a shot of getting back to the overworld, and then a shot at getting you back home to Eastfulgen. The road is long, it is arduous, but I'm sure you don't want to be stuck within a coven. More or less, you don't want to be stuck in the underworld and more or less a strange land that is not your own. So, if you are willing to, able and willing to, I would suggest we agree to work together to see if we can make it out of this place.
They look at each other in consideration for a bit, whisper a tiny amount. Lyman tries to get close to listen, and
Lyman, give him
eventually
some space.
yeah, he gets spotted. He gets spotted, and then he like
Okay, I'll back up.
pretends like he wasn't listening, and the two announce themselves. The taller one says, "Call me Mech," and this is Kel. The shorter one, "These are not our names. We know the rules of those who hold us, and we have spent some time here exploring and understanding that these hags are slowly taking things from us in their sick games. It's not the first time allies have made themselves clear to us and then betrayed us. If you wish to prove your truth, how about you take some risks for us, for our loyalty? How does that sound?"
As long as those risks are within my means, I will do my best to gain your trust.
Okay. How good are you at swimming?
I would say I'm decent. I would say I'm above average.
We do not do much swimming where we are from. The seas are dangerous, and majority of these passageways are submerged. The ones that we have explored are not submerged, but prove to be mildly dangerous. And you see that Mech lifts up a shirt and shows a number of sharp wounds that look to be horribly infected with some type of sea urchin venom of some kind that have sharply extruded from their ribs.
Yeah.
We seem to be having a harsh time navigating with so many poison and dangerous passageways here. But we found one that is giving off a light, and they point over at a certain part of the platform that they're on. And it looks like there's almost like a makeshift manhole cover of a shell placed over what looks to be a like stoppered fountain of water, almost like a literal just hole in the ground with a shell trying to keep the water from exuding and flooding the room even more. Slowly flowing out. That's the only one that we can't get down or make any way, shape, or form. And there seems to be a glowing light.
You would like me to investigate this light, or are you asking for something particular at the other end?
We don't know what it is. And this bat. Uh, uh, the other brother says, Thunderbird doesn't know anything either. He doesn't wish to make the journey, or he will not share things. And Lyman blows raspberries at them as a means of poking fun.
Yeah. Uh, I'll just interject. Mech, Kel, Lyman, despite not having earned all of your guys' trust or your loyalty, I think we do owe it to each other, a level of respect, and collaboration. Because if we're already blowing raspberries right now, then what's going to happen later is we're going to be turned into raspberries. So please try to work together. But specifically with this light source that you need investigated, if that is what it takes to earn your loyalty, then I will do my part and go to the source and see what I can find down below. Um, if I am not back in a reasonable amount of time, then I guess assume I'm dead, and it was a pleasure to meet you.
They look at you, they look at each other. Do you want us to pull on your chain and bring you back up after an amount of time?
Um, yes, I would say if you can count to 100 and I haven't how about this? I will tug the chain 3 times to let you know that I'm okay. If I tug the chain 5 times, I'm not okay. If 100 seconds go by and you don't get any of the 3 or 5, obviously pull, but otherwise I'll let you know with the 5 tugs. If I'm not okay.
They nod and they move out of the way of the platform.
Okay. Then at this point, so I'm at the manhole cover, and I'm gonna get ready to swim. Um, uh, I think I would leave my large femur and the shield behind. I would try to pack lightly so that I could swim better and not be a big just sink. Um, just have more control. So I'll do that, and then I'm keeping the skull on me. I'm gonna keep the. Hmm, yeah, I think I'd take a couple of like heavy, inconsequential items out of my pack, but I would still keep my pack for anything that I need. Um, if I'm going in the water, I would probably have to leave the letters behind, but I don't want to necessarily leave these letters with these people. Uh, Damn. Can I? Wonder if I can hide the letters somewhere in my pack. Let's see what's in my pack. Give me a second. I'm just looking at some of this stuff. Um. Don't have really much of anything of consequence that I can just stow things in. Um. Fuck it. I'll just leave the letters out, and if they read it, they read it. I'll just take that risk. Um, and then yeah, I'll just dive in.
You go in. There sure enough is a source of light down below. As you travel, it doesn't take you long to realize that that pulsing light that you had originally seen from your hanging gibbeting cage
Yeah,
seems to have found its way down here, or maybe it was always down here, but it becomes audible to you almost. Like it's alive. Something's alive. And
like
it's just. You can feel the pulse in the water itself.
yeah,
The water pressure begins to grow at an exponential rate. And had you not been capable of not breathing, it would have been the moment in time where the pressure would have squeezed the air out of you. And your ability to not breathe is better than actually being able to breathe water at this moment in time because, well, quite frankly, it'd be difficult to move your chest at all.
yeah.
And still, you're able to make your way down further and further until eventually this pulsing light, uh, the source of it is nearly upon you, and you end up not only just in a tunnel any longer, but in an open, almost,
A canal.
yeah, the best way to describe it would be like an underwater cave or a canal. And you see this thing, Isaiah, this orb of black energy that is pulsating. It's giving off this light. Now, I won't say that's the only thing you see. That is the most apparent thing. There's this orb of energy. You can't tell what's at the center of it, but it is giving off the pulse. And the magic itself is so incredibly powerful. You feel the skull try to message you in your skull, or in your mind.
Which one? Oh,
And the words themselves almost seem difficult for it to get out. Use caution. Artifact powerful. Dangerous. And looking around past the energy itself, you see what looks to be a number of floating figures, bodies, that also have chains upon them. They are almost all Fey-like beings, mostly elves, some of them satyr, some of them goblin. But a number of them seem to be just floating about, doing nothing of consequence, and don't seem to be alive. Further down below, you see what looks to be a wall of water that's being formed in a dome-like structure.
Is there anything else of note?
Not at this moment in time. I will say that the closer and closer you get to the center of this power, the more and more powerful the pressure becomes.
Can I make an Arcana check? I want to understand this orb anymore, and I would also like to know if this orb is the orb that I saw these hags originally walking with on the beach of the Lake of Fire.
Roll your check.
It's a natural 18 for a 22.
First, the second half, it is not the same orb.
Okay.
You get closer and closer to this thing until you can finally make out what it is. You see what looks to be a very strange piece of something. It is a piece of lacquered bone. Very similar, but different to the skull that you have in your possession. The bone itself is vastly more powerful and is giving off an insane amount of energy, heat, and pressure. A number of the bodies around it seem to have, as they slowly float closer and closer, just kind of dissipate and dissolve.
I think what I'm going to do is a risk, but I think this is what I want to do. So I'm going to do it. I will touch the orb, and the very moment I touch the orb with the tippy tops of my fingertips, I'm going to use Divine Sense.
Okay. Which hand are you going to touch the orb with?
My right hand.
Right hand? All right. As you reach to touch the orb, the skull's eyes begin to glow. You feel all the magical essence in your body begin to try to escape your body out of fear of this very thing itself. The closer and closer you got to the point where you could actually touch it, you realize it's a rib. And inside of that orb, on that rib, is inscribed Sylvan text that you can't quite decipher, but you can very much so tell that it is meant to be a spell. As you touch that orb, I need you to give me a charisma saving throw.
Big money, big money, big money, no whammy. That is a natural 15 for a 25.
I'm going to tell you this right now, Isaiah. You need to give me the one memory that Isaiah thinks of as a form of comfort.
Form of comfort. Gosh, even in the prior campaign, we went through so much that it's like, oh, what was our happy chill day, you know?
Exactly,
Um,
yeah.
so what I would say, something that gives me comfort, I would say, I think another thing that would give me comfort is one of the times that my mom would have gotten the orb and we would have looked into the orb and we would watch, dad do cool shit that didn't end up with him falling into a hole to disappear for a what I had thought originally to be forever. So I think that would be a memory that would give me comfort, give me strength. Yeah, that's my submission for now.
Okay. You think about a memory of your mom, doing the bedtime ritual of, let's see what your father's up to with his ridiculous bullshit and his antics of being a superstar. And as you do that, Isaiah, this rib, you you grab it. Had you rolled below a 15, the circumstances of you grabbing it would have been terrible. Had you rolled below like a 10, which I don't know is if it is possible for you
I do have
with
a
your
plus 10.
charisma. Okay, so if you have a plus 10, then only rolling a natural 1 would have ever put you below that, just through, just failure in general. You would have just died. You would have lost your arm, and then the rest of your body would have dissolved. Since you rolled below or above a 20 but below a 30, what happens is, Isaiah, you are sent back in time. This rib, as you grab it, you feel it try to take you back to the original state that you came into this world as. You resist that state. You feel the skull on your person try its damnedest to help you in this situation, but its power is simply just pushed aside like nothing. Like like a child amongst the alcoholic stepdad just
Oh,
pushed into the fridge. As Isaiah, you find yourself outside your house in the middle of the night. You are in your full blown current state, and you're looking into your window of yourself and your mother going through the bedtime ritual of observing your father. Your nose begins to bleed, as does your eyes, and you find yourself to be in great pain, but you're currently here. You don't know how long you'll be here, but you're currently here at this moment in time.
do
It's
I
a very surreal moment.
do I still have my chain on my side?
Your chain is currently at this point in time hanging free, but yes, it's at your side.
I would tug on it 3 times for now. And once I do so, I'm going to see if I can make either a perception or investigation check to see the orb in here.
You currently, at this moment in time, have the rib bone in your right hand.
Okay. Oh, fuck.
You see your mom kind of like laughing, giving off a heroic narration of your father's deeds as you look at yourself, just kind of like admiring as best you can.
Hmm. Um.
But you're slowly beginning to get tired as a child.
Wait, am I young child version of myself, or am I
No,
myself looking
Isaiah,
at my younger self?
you are yourself outside of your house, staring at yourself and your mom as she's slowly lulling you to sleep.
When she's lulling me
Uh,
to my younger self sleep, does my adult version feel any different?
you feel terrible in general. This transference of time has taken an immense toll on you, and you feel like your sheer existence here is an abomination. And time is stretching and forcing itself in a way that is not meant to do so. Every step you take feels impossibly heavy, but you feel an urge to even just make your presence known to your mother. What do you do?
How close am I to the house?
You're about 3 feet.
I would look into the window and I think I would like throw a pebble against the window.
You throw a pebble,
Yeah.
middle of the night, the concerned look on your mother's face as she's laying you down to sleep, to rest, and trying to slip out from underneath the covers with her mirror immediately gives you the idea that she's cautious of the noise that just made itself known, and she begins to make herself towards the window after dousing the light. And you see her in the moonlight approach the window. And she looks at you and her eyes widen in immediate fear for her child. You see her shut the curtain, and suddenly you hear a door beginning to open outside as your mother stands armed and calls out to you. Who go? Who goes there?
With blood on my face and blood coming from my eyes, I think I'll just let out the faintest whisper and just say, I'm sorry. And I will try my absolute hardest to snap the rib in half.
The moment you say I'm sorry, you feel like your body itself is trying to implode in existence. Your mother looks at you with absolute unrecognition and horror for what you are. She immediately lowers her guard upon seeing how hurt you look and just offers you a friendly, if you are in need of help, I can call for someone or offer you a rag to clean your face. Who are you? And as you try to snap the rib itself, suddenly you find yourself back underwater and your hand is badly burnt underneath your gauntlet, and your forearm itself is slowly gaining what looks to be burnt runes in the same sylvan text that is upon the rib. The rib didn't even budge as you tried to snap it.
Mm.
As you come back to your current time, the bodies surrounding the rib stir and jerk to life, and they all begin to look at you.
I can't move the rib from its place, can I? It's kind of been stuck this whole time.
You get the feeling that if you try to move the rib from its place, it will be very dangerous. You do have a feeling that you understand the magic. Just actually roll me an Arcana check. You've gone through time once on accident.
Yeah, so that's gonna be a 17 for a 21.
21. Isaiah, you went through involuntarily the first time. Now that the rib has been used, its power has dissipated for a small amount of time. There's still a protective barrier around the rib, but you feel like if you grab it, it is going to start something that you can't undo. But you immediately understand that these hags do not need they cannot possess this thing. It is not for them to possess. It does not belong to them. And you understand that them having access to any form of any kind of time travel can do no one any good.
Yeah,
Just know that if you take this rib, it's going to change everything.
yeah, let's see here.
This is all happening in bullet time as very slowly but surely these mangled bodies are beginning to flow ever so slightly towards you, Isaiah.
Fuck, ooh, fuck, ooh, fuck. Does the affliction on my arm, does that look, can I make a medicine check or an arcana check to see if it's reversible?
Make me an Arcana check.
Oh shit, a natural 19 for a, I think that's still a 19 if it's arcana. Oh wait, no, it's not. It's 23 for arcana.
23. Uh, Whatever happened to you with the imprintation of this rib upon your forearm, it seems like that's not a permanent thing. It simply left an impression that you have traveled through time. Uh, Whether or not it will assist you in the future, possibly down the line, or if it's just a remnant of the magic, it doesn't seem permanent and it's not impeding you in any shape or form, but it has marked you no matter what. Uh, However, you understand that as a paladin, your control over the magic that is outside of your given status is very limited. Very, very much so limited. This was not designed for you, but you were able to make it work through brute force, essentially.
Are there any weapons down here?
You look around, there's no weapons around here, and the bodies simply seem to be unarmed and going towards you. One of them makes contact with the back of your breastplate and is beginning to pull you downwards.
Oh, fuck me.
So at this point, you basically have to decide: are you grabbing this rib or are you getting pulled?
Yeah, I am, I'm sorry for these pauses.
Yeah,
I
no, it's the pressure's on. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
This is what I'm gonna do, Ray, and you might not like it, but I don't like what you're doing to me.
That's good. That's good. Either way, you're gonna have to give me a strength saving throw coming up soon, so get ready.
Yeah, so this is what I'm gonna do, and you're not gonna like it, or you're gonna like it. I don't care. We'll find out.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
like the cigar smoker, the final boss is in the game from the PS2 original Xbox game Gun. I don't know if you played that
Oh,
game,
yes, I did.
where that bastard was smoking a cigar all the time in every scene he is in. I am going to take this skull that I have, I'm going to open its jaw, it's going to bite the rib, and I'm going to tug on the thing 5 times to yeet myself out of there.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah. You use the skull to grab the rib. That causes so much problems, but it's a burst of energy that pushes the bodies back ever so powerfully. They can push back about 15 feet away from you. You pull on your chain 5 times, you said?
Yep.
And you begin to I assume you're going to start swimming in that direction either way
Yeah.
as well. Yeah, you begin getting pulled. Either way, you'll have to give me a strength saving throw, far less so than the DC that it would have been, because these bodies have been formally placed in a position that they all would have grabbed you. Now only some of them are grabbing you, so give me a strength saving throw.
That's a 6 for a 13.
6 for a 13. All right. A number of bodies try to do their best to grab you, but you use the skull and the rib bone essentially to pulse them off of you. As soon as they grab your foot, you kick one off. One grabs basically the mass of your hair. You pulse it off with the skull and the rib. They're not able to actually get a hold of you, but they seem to be trying to drag you down to the watery dome down below. That seems to be an absence of water. And you see what looks to be a number of figures exiting that dome and proceeding into the water that are not corpses. These are armed individuals, and they are starting to swim their way up, but they have a long ways to go before they can actually make it to you.
Yeah.
A bit more
I'm
time
swimming
will go
up.
by.
I'm swimming
Give
up,
me
Ray.
give me an athletics check to see how well your swim
I'm
goes.
swimming up fantastic. Oh, that's not that bad. Okay, that's a 13 for a 17 on my athletics.
17. Very nice, very nice. You're swimming frantically as fast as you can back up the tunnel that you had come across. You hear the voice inside of your head being altered. Isaiah of Chabaxi, crush this tunnel with all your strength! As the skull struggles with the rib bone inside of its jaws.
What's the structural integrity of this canal, cave, tunnel thing that I'm swimming up?
It seems to be made out of stone for the most part. A number of shells and crustaceans here and there. There seems to be a number of not exactly the most structurally sound things.
Okay, then I'm going to do a permutation of a classic maneuver that I've done a couple episodes ago. With the insight that skull has given me, I'm going to, with one of my hands, my free hands, I'll probably use still my right hand since that's the one that's not a broken arm. I'm going to, oh fuck, you can't cast spells underwater, can you?
If they require
The verbal component, you cannot do it.
verbal component, you cannot do it. Yeah.
Yep. Then my plan is chop suey. Let me think if there's anything else that I could potentially do. There isn't really much I can do. Okay, then I'll just continue swimming up.
Isaiah, you push and push and push. You do your best to put rocks in the way of the tunnel. You realize it might slow down the corpses, possibly, if they are still chasing, but they themselves might have made you the perfect barricade depending on how well they have piled themselves into the tunnel. That being said, Isaiah, you find yourself at the whim of your elven allies at this point in time as they pull you from this manhole and further stop. At this point, the platform itself is rather flooded with the same water that you exited from, and the source of light is dissipating, obviously, from the tunnel as you pull the source in the form of the rib inside of the mouth of the skull, and it's beginning to smoke in the open air and burn the skull.
I will drop the rib onto the ground on the platform from the skull's mouth. Eh,
Both elves look at you and they look at that thing and they just step back, and as if they can feel the magical presence from it. And even your boy Lyman just can't even like help but squint and get thrown off by the sheer magical pressure of it.
Um, I'm going to. I can. If I look down the tunnel, can I see tail behind me? Is the light source that was down there still active?
No, that was the given off by the orb. The orb basically dissipated as you pulled the rib from it, and whatever light that was there was emanating from the dome, and it's just a black tunnel now. They begin to cover it up with the shell-like manhole cover, but that's not going to be quite enough.
Yeah, I think I will. Um, is there anything that looks more dangerous or impactful than the femur that I set out here?
Yeah, you see a number of structures over here. There's a number of chests, deep sea chests, pieces of ship here and there, number of things that just seem to fit in the environment. You see, the heaviest thing you can see is like a ship's anchor.
Can I pick up the anchor?
You go over there, it seems to be lodged into the ground, but with your strength, you're able to essentially get it free. And it's not the heaviest thing in the world, but from the position of not having leverage, you think this could be pretty good.
Yeah, so I'm going to go. I'm going to usher to Mech and Kel. On the count of three, I want you guys to lift up the manhole cover, and I will be dropping this anchor down the tunnel and hopefully stopping whatever is chasing us from catching up to us relatively soon here.
Okay. They immediately nod. They remove the manhole cover. The moment that happens, a trident comes flying from it, uh, lodging itself either in you or the ceiling. Oh, terrible, terrible rolls. A 3 and a 4. Lodging itself in the ceiling. It's before just kind of falling to the ground shortly afterwards. Uh, you don't see the individual who threw it, Isaiah, but you have a feeling that they're not too far away from the actual entrance. In which case, you drop the anchor as well.
Yeah, and when I do that, is the thing that threw the trident close to the surface?
You can't see it. You have a feeling that, given the little distance that was down there that goes straight down, is about maybe 20 or so feet. It's all pitch black. I would say if you use the rib bone, you could possibly see what looks to be some type of disturbingly disfigured deep sea being making its way swimming up at a rapid pace.
Yeah, I think I'm going to ready an action.
Okay.
The action's going to be as soon as the any entity, I should say any entity, gets close to the surface or breaches the surface, I'm going to bonus action thunderous smite on this anchor, and I'm going to strike the first being that comes close to the anchor, and as I strike it with the anchor, I'm letting go of the anchor.
All right. Isaiah, roll me an attack with advantage as this being immediately catapults itself from the water, like the water monkey from the hit movie Water Monkey.
God bless.
God bless. Martial arts flicks are amazing. Uh, and he strikes a pose as he looks towards you and the two elven brothers and Lyman
Yeah.
with ferocity and anger. But
Yeah.
you're basically swinging at him as he's in midair.
Okay. Yep. So here we go. What modifier do I add?
You're just going to add. You're not proficient, so you're just going to add your strength modifier.
It's going to be a natural 14.
Natural 14?
No, it's not a natural 14. It's a natural 10 for a 14.
Natural 10 for a 14. That is going to hit either way. This guy is not exactly clad in anything that is you roll with advantage, correct?
Yep, 10 and a 7.
Okay. Yeah, it's not exactly clad in anything special. It seems to be naturally armored, but yeah, you clash into it really hard. And I
Okay.
assume that a thunderous boom goes off.
Yep. Yep. Thunderous boom goes off. He will take 2d6 of damage plus the anchor's damage. And I would like to strike it downwards in a way so that I'm hitting him back into the manhole and the fucking anchor goes down in there as well.
Okay, yeah. You roll your damage, regardless.
How much damage does an anchor do?
We're gonna say, fuck, this is an anchor, so we're gonna give it the good old D12.
Okay. D12.
Legendary as it is, and unused. Give it love.
I rolled a 4 on the D12. I rolled a
4 on the
10
D12.
on the thunder damage. That's going to be 14 points of damage. And
Plus your strength?
Oh, plus my strength will be 18 points of damage. And
Okay.
yeah, he is a bundle package with this anchor down the hole.
Yeah, you bonk him directly on his hammerhead-like head, with a large tail coming out of the back end of his head. You immediately give him a divot there with the anchor, lodging him so spectacularly and cartoonishly fast back down the tunnel. It exudes so much water so rapidly that it's like a geyser just going off. And it's like cartoonish moment where like his eyeballs linger afterwards and then they go down. And blood also exudes from that tunnel as well. As you do so, you can tell that anchor is fucking in there and lodged very, very deeply. The two brothers look at you with horror and awe, and Lyman the same way, wide-eyed, but he's smiling gleefully, and a thunderous boom exhumes this rather quiet environment.
Yeah, I'm sure that shakes shit up.
Yeah, it definitely does. It shakes the whole foundations of everything, basically. And suddenly, Isaiah, you find yourself in a room with three individuals that somewhat realize why you were captured at this moment in time.
I look over to them and I'd say, well, The good news is that I found the source of light. The bad news is that changing out a light bulb is very costly, and I showed them the mark on my arm, and I probably show them the fucking singed teeth that the skull has, uh, and I will um, say that if anyone wants to volunteer to pick up this rib, I mean, be my guest. But this is a problem. This is a problem. This whole weapon thing, or this whole rib thing, it's a big no-no. I saw what it could kind of do, and I don't like it at all.
Kel looks at his brother and he just looks at you for a second. If you give me time, I can give it a moment to try and identify anything it has to do with giving off that strange glyph on your arm.
From what I understand, the language inscribed is in the language of Sylvan. So if we have any uh, savants here that can speak Sylvan, please step forward and help us identify it. Because the sooner this thing gets destroyed, I think the sooner the better.
Uh, he looks. Kel looks at it, and so does Mech, and they struggle with it. It's written in Sylvan, but it's an old tongue. The syntax is not quite there for us. It seems to be Sylvan of a different world, a different land. And Mech takes a look at your forearm, and he makes out one word that he points out to you. Kazumota. That is a name.
Do I know that name?
That name rings a bell to you.
Should I roll a history check or should I just let the bell ring?
Roll a history check.
All right. It's a natural 8 for an 8.
It's a Sylvan name.
Why did you say that name? Okay.
Yeah. It's just on the tip of your tongue and you just can't remember what it's from. But they look at it and they look at your forearm and they say, like Mech just says, it's almost like it's a mixture of a blessing and curse at the same time. It gives me a strange insight that it's a piece of whoever Kazumota is and was, and is supposed to be, but no longer is. What did you see when you picked it up?
This little simple part of a rib cage took me back over 20 years, back to when I was a child, in the material realm, and basically let me relive one of my more comforting memories in the most horrible sense, as I was my current version as I am now, but bleeding everywhere. And I encountered my mother, and naturally she was perturbed and did not recognize me, and that's when I decided that enough was enough and I should come back.
You look, Isaiah, at Kel while he's trying to identify this rib. You see something in the water behind Kel moving slightly. It's not Lyman.
Uh,
and you suddenly realize that his chain is slowly, slowly starting to go off in the direction in which you all came from.
The source of the tunnel, the source of the fork, I should say.
Yeah. You see, Kel doesn't pay attention to it. Kel has this pearl in his hand that he's hovering over the rib bone, casting his identify spell. He finishes it, and he begins to sweat and grow pale very quickly. We have to destroy this, or we have to get rid of this. And suddenly Mech turns around and sees the same thing that you see of the chain of Kel going slowly slowly and surely down the tunnel. And he looks to his brother and he holds him close and he says, "Don't tell them anything about this thing. Please." And just like that, Kel is just lurched back in the direction that you guys came in, almost supernaturally fast, the same way as the halfling. Can't put up any resistance, doesn't get walloped into any obstruction. It seems like it just pulls him deftly in the direction that
He
you
needs
had
to
all
go.
come from.
Yeah, it's like guided.
Yeah.
I'll look at Mech and I'll say, Mech, Lyman. Mech, we have a brother to save. Lyman, we have a compatriot to save. Mech, we have a rib to destroy. Lyman, we have a rib to destroy. Once these two things are accomplished, I believe we can then take part in leaving. But we need to act fast before. And I gesture to the, chain at our sides, and I say, we need to act fast before we get tugged next.
You see Mech agree with you, nodding. He looks at Lyman, and Lyman just kind of doesn't give it too much consideration. He just simply looks at you with gleeful interest, almost as if you're like the coolest person he's ever seen in his life. You just did like a double backflip on a motorcycle.
Nice.
Not even a dirt bike, a Harley.
Nice.
And he can't help but...
Come. Never mind.
Yeah, quite literally. Yeah.
I'll look at Lyman and I'll say, Lyman, what would you say your specialty is in this circumstance? Saving an elf you've been fighting with for who knows how long, or destroying a magical rib that rips you through time?
Lyman giggles. My power is beyond anything anyone could consider. However, Lyman doesn't think that he could really do anything to this whip, because it's one of the prized possessions of the sisters, and is legally obligated to leave it alone. And honestly, Lyman is not even allowed outside of his cage at this hour, and I just kind of escape whenever I want, but out of their point of view. Because I'm too dangerous.
Interesting. Well,
Isaiah.
Lyman, if you're not coming with us, then I need a sworn oath that you will not tell any of the hags what has transpired in this room. Because it sounds like you're giving up your freedom in exchange to stay in this room. You don't want to help with the rib, and you don't want to help with saving Kel.
Oh, Kel is fine. Kel, the elf, he's a prisoner. They're just going to do their thing. They're going to perform the ritual, and he'll be back, but he'll be, you know, different.
I get closer to
Mech,
Lyman, and
yeah, Mech,
no, go ahead.
Mech looks at him and he says, "Different how? What are they going to do to my brother?" And Lyman just says, "I've I don't know. I write up reports for them, on a regular basis, and then they just kind of like, throw them in the report pile, and then they goes untouched for a long time. And then I usually read the reports out loud to them, and then they just leave the room. But they think it's not cool if I'm in the room while they do their work with the prisoners. But they promise that one day they'll let me, participate. And by participate, they meant, be in the room.
Interesting.
But I assume they just want information.
Okay. Well, is there any other bones in this room?
You look around. There's a few. There's not too many. Um, Kel, not Kel, Mech looks at the rib, just giving off its light, and power begins to slowly start to pulsate again. No longer just giving off a constant form of pressure. And he kind of looks at you, Isaiah. Back in time, huh?
Back in time in the most unsavory of ways. Not a way that I would consider an enjoyable experience or an experience that I would definitely recommend to a friend, but a time that felt unholy and gross. Um, Almost a unnatural, gross abomination of another space and time that should not be allowed to happen.
Well, you want me to pick this thing up?
If we can avoid it, I would prefer you not get your arms looking like my own. Because now I'm even. Both of my arms are now bad arms. Uh, so, and I'll look around. You said that there were like deep sea chests around here.
Yep, there's a few sea chests, and as you look around this room itself, you get closer to the walls. Obviously, your dark vision is impaired at this moment in time. You see a number of dark passageways, almost like crawl spaces that are underwater, and then, come up to another surfaced area. There's a bit of flow of water here and there,
Yeah.
but yeah, there's some sea chests around.
I'll take a small kind of like, I don't know. Think of the chest that Chaz Michaels has for his brush in the hit movie Blades of Glory.
Okay. Yeah.
That's made of whalebone.
Oh,
That
of
that
course.
that small chest, I think I would try to find a chest of that size, and I would try to like, pretending it's like a crude set of tongs, pick up the rib with that chest.
Uh, you find that chest. You are able to essentially chopsticks this rib bone into the chest, and yeah, you have it. You hear Mowgli in your head. That was a very difficult experience, but this rib could prove to be pivotal in defeating these hags, or at least ruining their plans. I would ask of you not to place it in my mouth again if you would be so kind, though. It was difficult.
Yeah, Mowgli, I'm sorry to put you in that position. We were definitely playing with fire there. Um, I didn't know if I were to touch that rib again, if I, in my best case scenario, I lose an arm, or in the worst case scenario, I lose myself. So you know, hastily made decision was made over the course of 3 minutes as Patrick was thinking about the metagame aspect of all of this. Um,
Yes.
um, and so I apologize for that it came at the cost of you, but there's nothing that can necessarily prepare you for what's at the bottom of a water hole, at the bottom of a hag coven, at the bottom of the underworld. There's well, this is all new territory for all of us here, so I appreciate you bearing with me.
Isaiah, you see another form of movement underneath the water. Another chain is moving. You notice it before Mech does. And unfortunately, you feel your spool getting heavier in your possession.
I'll look to Mech and I'll say, I'm afraid we don't have long. The same thing that you told to Kel applies to you. Try to withhold any and all information to the best of your ability. Um, Kel, or Mech, if I am able to, I will do my best to get you out of here, you and your brother. Um, but it seems that every step we take forward, it's a step back as well. So, uh, yeah, I don't know what else to say.
He suddenly realizes that your chain is moving, and he looks at you with concern, and he calls to you before time is up. There's another person here named Greer. Find Greer. I don't know who they are. I have not met them, but they have a plan to get out. And Isaiah, suddenly you feel your chain beginning to get pulled taut, and you are suddenly pulled through the water. However, you are the guy. You are him.
Yeah,
And Isaiah, I will give you a chance to potentially resist this as best as you can. So give me a strength saving throw.
I will do my best. Strength saving throw. Wah wah. This is a natural 3 for a 10.
Isaiah, the pain that you feel from being pulled by this chain is too foreign and too much for you to have an understanding of what's going on. It feels like it's not just your bone being pulled upon, but your entire nervous system. You suddenly go slack. The only thing you remember is that you're hanging on desperately to this chest in your possession. I will ask you this. Do you want to hang on to the chest, or do you want to let go to it at some point in time while you're being pulled back?
Hmm. Gosh damn it. Uh. It will have to let go. I'll have to let go.
Okay. I'll say you let go at some point during the journey, your journey back. You go slack in the hands, let it drop, and Isaiah, you lose consciousness on the way back before you find yourself sitting before the same coven of hags that you had met yourself with in the forest. You see the sea hag staring before you with her eyes covered at this point in time. You still feel her vision upon you. You see the large hag that you went toe to toe with. She seems to be rather bandaged up and treating her wounds. And she looks at you with displeasure of the highest regard. And you see this other liquidy like hag made out of some type of ooze almost. The one who was carrying this large magical orb with a magical spell. She currently, at this moment in time, holds Lloyd's foot that you had extracted
Motherfucker.
from the samurai himself. And holds it nonchalantly as all three of them sit in chairs. And you sit in a chair before them, perfectly fastened, unable to move. You feel another presence behind you, as there seems to be another hag in the presence. You can feel her presence looming as her claws begin to dig into your back and seem to be adjusting something and making some type of strange changes to your body. It is demoralizing, and you feel helpless in a situation. The sea hag gets very close to your face, and she begins to smile, and you feel some type of pressure inside of your mind. You still feel the skull upon your chest in this makeshift necklace. Isaiah, there are 3 things that these hags want to know. And this was almost going to be inevitable that you would be pulled back here, as you are at their mercy. And you get the feeling that from this link that they're creating between you two, that you have been given this freedom, as many prisoners have here, because it is a game to them.
Yeah.
They want to see what you are willing to try and what you're capable of. Now, they want 3 things from you.
They can't have my
What
ass.
is your name? Where are you from? And who is your family? These are the things that they're going to try to extract from you. I want you to give me an intelligence saving throw as you feel the sea hag slowly unraveling the barriers that you have unknowingly put up.
He'll do this.
As she begins to click in an animalistic fashion, almost like a predator.
That is a natural 5 for an 8.
Isaiah, which one of those 3 would you give up first?
I would give up the fact that my name's Isaiah.
Okay. Isaiah. Son of... No. Isaiah of Pharos. Very good.
They wouldn't know where
Isaiah,
I'm from.
No, but it's in the title of what you would describe yourself as informally. Or no, formally amongst Jabaxi. And they're in Jabaxi.
Yeah, but formally, they ain't getting my formal name. I don't like these bitches, you know? Fucking hell.
Well, they're not going to know you're Isaiah, son of Rashad.
That's true. It's true. I'll allow it.
And they know you're from Jabaxi. The closest thing they're going to be able to get is Faros, which is not very specific. The sea hag smiles. She begins to relax a bit. I am in your mind, Isaiah. And I have to say, no one has pushed my sister that hard
Hey, yo.
in a long time. And I can't help but to say that I like to see her struggle at times. She looks back at her with a coy smile, and the large hag begins to tense up, but is still wounded to a point where she can't really resist or give off opposition. I am Villabrood, sea child of the Morrigan. I am one of the heads of our massive coven. I want to know anything you're willing to give me, Isaiah. And if you answer freely my questions, then I will let you go again. And we will find a role for you, perhaps. You are a most deft warrior. And the way that you struck Corsoa, I was impressed. You hit her in a way that can only be described as a holy warrior. Is that fair for me to ask you that? You are a paladin.
How do I know that you're telling the truth that you would let me go?
A hag. I know. The reputation is ill. But you're at my mercy. And I'm being as honest as I possibly can. I have your name. So I have some power over you now. And whenever I wish, I can use this name for other means. She holds up a piece of parchment and begins a profile on you, Isaiah. A quick sketch makes itself visible to you upon this parchment, showing your face in a poster, listing your name, and a rough description of how they know you and what you're capable of.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like any of this personally. That's just my opinion. Just my opinion.
Is
That's
that
Patrick talking.
the-
That's not Isaiah.
I was gonna say, is that Patrick or Isaiah?
Yeah, that's Patrick. It's Patrick. You may
Isaiah
continue.
loves it. He's like, oh yeah.
Yeah,
oh.
he's stoked. He's
Yeah.
stoked. I
Oh,
asked
yeah.
him. He's stoked.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Is she gonna ask me any more questions, or what's the next question?
She asked you if you were a paladin, and seems to be waiting on an answer.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no.
No. That's a shame. I could have sworn that you were a spellcaster of some kind. So quick to counterspell one of mine.
Hey, shooters
That
gotta shoot.
was with how strong your arm is. I was quite concerned that we were to be overrun by sheer force. You see, with strength like that, magic just as potent, that makes you very dangerous. Not so much to people like us, but to some of our enemies. You could be dangerous, yes. Are you concerned about your serpent friend?
I'm concerned what type of social life you lead where you have enemies while being in this big ass hole in the underworld. Doesn't seem like you guys really get out much.
Oh, we get out when we need to, but this is a very safe place where not many can reach. We find ourselves to be free to explore our practices and work towards a. I almost gave away too much.
You wouldn't want to do that.
No. I'm still unsure as to where you came from and how much you truly know. Nice necklace. It won't do you much good. We already have her name and many things that she's left behind. And a lock.
Companionship is important, and you guys put me in a cell with not many people to talk to, so I just took the skull with. So,
You feel a sudden pop as your spine seems to have been adjusted from behind.
in a good way or a bad way?
Oh, it was actually pressure relieving, so it wasn't bad.
Okay, I'll take that.
But it does cause you a little bit of concern.
Ray, what is in this room that is not hags?
Yeah, it's pretty dark. Inside of this room though, you see what looks to be like a number of cells with a number of different chains that lead to them. Uh, you're not in a cell, but you see what looks to be a number of individuals either just like staring at you in the dark and or just laying down. They're not exactly the most secure things. They obviously it seems like these hags just want people to walk away and try some shit. But there seems to be a number of strange totems and artifacts inside of this room as well. It looks like there's a number of parodies of godly shrines of the gods of Jabaxi and Salia in here as well. They seem to be blasphemies, mockeries, things like that.
Okay. And I can't move, and what direction is the web going?
You look down at your hand, and it looks like the web is going directly behind you.
Motherfucker. Alright.
As you suddenly feel something very disturbing crawling upon your neck and then onto your back, and then suddenly you feel it inside of your body.
Okay. Interesting. Not awesome.
Suddenly there's a little more pressure inside of your body, and then you feel your eye slightly adjust as another lens goes over your left eye.
Awesome.
There are many ways for us to force answers out of you. They are resource taking, but nonetheless, we'll find a purpose for you. Eventually.
Yeah, let's keep exploring. Let's just try things out. I think, in this early stage of our relationship, let's just explore our options. Let's see what we're feeling. What are we comfortable with? I'll tell you, for me personally, I'm not really comfortable with this whole thing going on with my eye, but I did appreciate that thing you did earlier where you popped that thing in my back because I've been trying to get that for a while, and the cage that you put me in, it was pretty, it wasn't, my chiropractor probably wouldn't recommend that, but so I do appreciate that. But um yeah, let's just test the waters. What other options do we have here?
Let me ask you this. Would you like me to probe your mind again, or try to send you home?
Yeah, let's try whatever you're feeling comfortable with, you're the host, I'm the guest.
You're right. How about both? Uh, she once again pings your mind, and you hear her say, "Give me someone that you would die for." As she begins to search your mind for someone you care about. Intelligence saving throw.
It's a 12 for a 15.
15. You are able to resist her probing, searching specifically for someone motherly you can imagine. And you're able to resist potently enough. Very powerful. Truly gifted you are.
What's how you called me earlier, a paladin? I mean, I guess if that's what you want to call me, but that's not what I'd call it.
Some lands call them Ragnar, some lands might call them Medjai. Others, holy warriors, paragons, necroses. But I think with this, we might be able to learn something else from you.
Sure.
She begins casting a spell, and Isaiah, if you would be so kind as to give me a charisma saving throw.
It's a natural 17 for a 27.
Oh my god. Isaiah, you can feel the effects of a banishment spell taking hold on your person, and it fails.
Interesting.
I
Interesting.
thought you wanted to go home.
No, I like these questions. I'm really enjoying. I mean, I feel like you're not giving me a lot of opportunity to ask questions of my own, but I'm not. Interviews are nice, I guess.
So, I'm led to understand that you found the rib bone. She holds your right hand in her own hand.
I feel like this is a
Interesting.
little fast for our relationship, but I guess I can't say no at this point.
No is not an answer that we take. But we like resistance. My compatriots that survived have told me that you're very, very tricky. And you were strong enough to survive grabbing the rib bone. That appears to be somewhat true. Although it seems to have taken a slight toll upon you.
Yeah, for a bone that's underwater, I think it really felt like it was actually left in the oven. I don't know what's up with that. You guys, you know, I don't know how you guys run your shit around here, but just take a look at that.
It's a rib bone of an archfey that died many years ago, who was unfortunately responsible for a little bit of time And it seems that maybe in time, through using you, we might have some profound control over that.
Maybe. What I'm actually more interested in is that sword that you have.
What sword would that be?
The sword that you're wielding.
What about it?
I'm interested in, you know, neat looking weapons, and that looks like a neat looking weapon, and I would like to, I'd like to hold it.
You feel a release of pressure upon your back as a new figure makes itself known to you. Walks in front of you behind the sea hag, who's small in stature. This one's not quite as big as the Annis hag that you had fought before, but posing and covered and made out of mostly just bone. This creature looks at you with bloody fingers and simply just says, "It is done, my lady." And the sea hag just nods, not breaking a facing position of you. Isaiah, I would like you to deeply consider working for us. After all, you did simply attack me and my sisters out of nowhere.
You're right. That was pretty rude and uncalled for.
Truly. And since we have a name, we could begin a contract, an employment. Maybe even we let you in on our plan to make Jabaxi a better place. What do you say? No more set.
Um, if you How much do you value your coven?
She removes the shell like mask from her face, just enough to let one eye free, and holds your very life force in her grasp with her eye that you can't look away from. My coven is one of but many.
So if you have many covens, I would assume you have many hags within it.
We are too many in number to count, spread throughout all of time.
So if I'm going to be making a potential contract with you, how would you feel about my condition for the contract being seeing how one of your hags gravely hurt my compatriots? If you offer the life of that particular sea hag right there, I may be willing to consider a deal.
You would have me offer up my life.
The sea hags. This is not the sea hag, correct?
This is the sea hag.
Fuck.
This is.
Okay, I thought
She
this was
seems
the
to be
different
calling
one.
the shots for now.
Okay. Um. Yeah. In exchange for your life, in which I finish the job with that sword that you're wielding, I would be very inclined to call it even and sign a deal with the coven. But if you think that exchange is unfair, then I would be willing to negotiate with another one of the hags in this room for their life. And I would look at the other hags as I say this.
You hear the Annis hag just speak up. How about we take your life and the lives of all of your family moving forward?
That sounds kind of boring, right? I feel like I have more use as Isaiah the Holy Warrior than, Isaiah the Martyr or Isaiah the man with no family that now has a vendetta against you guys and would surely become a thorn in your side long term just because you decided to kill the rest of his family. If we want a mutual beneficial agreement, then I think you know, we should be a little bit more understanding here, don't we think?
You see the Annis hag immediately get upset. I told you, he is just some rogue paladin from the Jabaxi forces. He cannot do anything. He has no pull. Look at the way he's dressed. Pathetic. Doesn't even recognize where he is at this point in time. He is in his grave. You are not going to escape here without us having all control over. And the sea hag quiets her at that point in time. You are sour. You must go take a walk, sister. Please relax. She swears in several languages and simply walks out of view.
At this point, I'm gonna use my channel divinity emissary of peace, and I'm going to say the following. Um, the trade that I'm asking for is not made lightly, and I do very well understand that every member of a coven contributes uniquely, potently, and specifically for the coven's needs. I don't claim to know all of the needs of your covens, and I don't claim to know that you guys have a surplus of hags. But what I do understand is that the life of one hag for the exchange of the servitude of a supposed holy warrior that just ended up in some place that he has no full awareness of and could still be able to touch this prized rib that you guys seem to take so much care for, that seems to be a value, a utility that is not covered currently in this coven. And for just based on that alone, I think that I make way more dividends than any individual hag that was just in or currently is in this room.
You see the ooze-like hag move towards your right arm and attempt to remove your gauntlet. Fails to do so, struggles exceedingly. Looks back at her sister and begins to walk behind you. have some interesting tricks about yourself that we just couldn't understand. We had to break your arm to remove your shield, and that made the perfect entryway towards our plans. And now I have bought enough time to do this one more time. Isaiah, you're friendly enough to speak to us, and we are not against Jabaxi. We are trying to make it a better place in the Morgan's eye. I believe that Set is your enemy. This weapon you had upon yourself is dangerous. So dangerous that I feel like you could kill a god with it. So, what if we work together to get you into a position where you could kill Set himself?
That sounds like a great deal if my condition can be met.
Then what if I give you an even greater reward than my life?
What is that?
I will give you your friend Ion. She is alive. Would you like proof?
If you have it ready to provide, I would accept it.
She looks over at the bony boy at her leisure, and he leaves the area, and after a short amount of time, he comes back with the figure of Ion.
What do
She
you
is
mean
in
by
her
figure
lizard
of
folk
iron?
form.
Oh, she's in her lizard folk form. Okay.
Yep, she's in her lizard folk form. Obviously, he couldn't carry her or, move her in her full serpentine form.
Yeah.
She seems to be unconscious at this moment in time, but breathing.
Does Mowgli have any input here?
Do you inquire with Mowgli?
I would inquire with Mowgli. Mowgli, these seem to be some tough negotiators. Is there any way that you know of that I could. What could I say to get this sword out of her, the sea hag's arms, into mine?
You feel Mowgli's presence. A slight warmth upon your chest where Mowgli sits at this moment in time. We must play their game for now, but do not agree to anything with a hard oath. Do not say yes to anything you do not plan on delivering upon. Most powerful sylvan magics will bind you to these very powerful bonds in very terrible manners. I
Okay.
would say give them a deal that they cannot disagree with. You are more powerful than them, Isaiah. I can tell.
I want to show them a couple of tricks, but they're making it hard.
You must find time to rest. Give them something they can use. Get them off your back. Then we will crush them. Is this enough proof to show you that we are willing to play fair, Isaiah?
Why is she unconscious?
Would you like us to wake her up for you?
I would like an answer to the question.
We have not awoken her. She is alive, I assure you. We can awaken her for you.
No, I trust you guys. No leverage here if she's dead. Um,
Roll me an insight check, Isaiah.
sure. A natural 13 for an 18.
18. When you mention dead, there's almost a flinch on the ooze-like hag's visage.
Interesting. Um,
They seem to be adverse to that. Almost like if Ion had died, it would not benefit them. Or it wouldn't not benefit them, it'd be really bad.
interesting. Um, but alas, you know, I think my part of the deal hasn't wavered too much. I think that killing one of you hags for what harm has become of Mowgli and Ion, I think is a motherfuck me. Um,
Yeah. Well, you want to know something?
what?
You say Mowgli, and they feel like they catch you in a moment in time, and you feel Mowgli the skull laugh and giggle a little bit because it's almost as if they have a name, and suddenly they realize the sea hag just almost forgets that you said it.
Yeah, I just fucking motherfucking. God damn it.
But
No, what I will say is that the deal still stands. Um, if ultimately I would like Ion to be safe, but that is completely separate from this agreement. We're talking about my servitude here. If Ion wants to make a stake or an agreement for her life, then that's her deal to make. But I'm talking about the deal to save my life includes taking the life of a hag.
mm,
And if you'd like time to mull it over, then feel free to send me back my cage, and maybe I'll do a walk around the coven and say hi to a couple of you guys while you rethink this over. But like I said, I understand that this is not an easy or obvious deal to make, but I think if you set aside your pride, set aside your ego, for what is an individual hag, I think you can really start to see the potential of a long, fruitful relationship.
you don't know much about this world that existed here before Jabaxi. We woke up and found ourselves in a foreign land. And my, is it exciting? It was honestly the best thing that could have happened to us. And then the Morgan, she found us again. And because of Jabaxi, we had new goals. However, with Jabaxi comes new heroes, new issues. You are not in a position to take my life. You couldn't do so. You are at our mercy. And at this point in time, unless you give us a greater offer, we can simply take your bones and put them to great, great use. There are many ways for us to break you down and take everything we need from you. So, Isaiah, tell me something that will interest me.
Okay, then let me play cleanup crew. Allow me to execute all of the prisoners that you currently have in this coven with this sword. You can do with the remains with what you will. And then I will swear fealty to you.
The hags, when you say that you will execute every one of the prisoners, get very excited. They can't believe what you have just said. Roll me a persuasion check with disadvantage, because giving you the sword is the least on their priorities.
I rolled a natural 2 for a 14.
Oh, with Emissary of Peace?
Yep,
With Emissary of Peace?
yep. 14. It's plus 12.
You're a very strong young man. You don't need a sword to put down harmless, unarmed prisoners that will put at your mercy. If you kill in our name, that will be enough.
Yep, but we're not talking about what's enough for you. We're talking about what's enough for me. And considering I've already negotiated down from killing a hag to just some normal prisoners from my assessment, I think this is pretty fine.
Normal prisoners. Very bold of you to say that. You feel your chair lift up, and they start walking you down the line. You pass a number of cells, and you end up stopping upon one man's cell. How about him? Looking inside, you see a man with glowing red eyes. Looks to be Jabaxi, dressed in the same garb as what would be a common soldier, not a Medjai, but a common soldier. He looks like he has fallen to Set. He has what looks to be a symbol burning on his chest. And he looks at you with fear and determination.
Do I know this man?
You haven't seen this man before, but he looks to be recently fallen.
Yeah.
And the hags are essentially, you get the idea that they're not only providing you an opportunity to kill for them, but they're also fishing for how you view this guy.
If you guys truly do believe this narrative that you've created for yourself, that I am this holy warrior and that I am from Pharos, then you also can safely conclude that I have seen many of Pharos slash Jabaxi natives fallen to Set, and that a prisoner of Set's soldiers is not necessarily a novelty or a gift per se. I would figure with the strength of your coven, your rib, and just the impression that I've gotten so far that you would have had bigger tickets than a soldier of Set. So far, it seems like the biggest character you've got in this building is me. So we could try harder. We could try harder.
You would like another example?
Sure, let's go for
Something
it.
more high profile.
Yeah. Something that actually matters.
Fine. They walk you down further and further. There's a number of cells. And it's a little strange, Isaiah. You come across these cells. These ones don't have chains in them. None of these individuals are chained. There's a number of laying figures with correspondence, what looks to be letters. There's a number of names on walls. And one of these cells' names that is vacant, or yeah, vacant, you recognize Laveau. And you realize that Madame Laveau,
Yeah, Madame Laveau.
the woman, the old woman who seemed to be a hag or a witch of some kind, who had been hiding out amongst Ra's glass temple, seems to have been hiding possibly from these individuals themselves. Eventually, going well past her cell, you see what looks to be a man in the cell, a tiefling. And he's dressed in coalition garb. And he looks at you, and you just see something in his eyes just drop. And you feel a bell toll inside of your heart that you know who this man is, but you just can't quite know for sure. You recognize him. You remember a tiefling.
But it doesn't click.
It's not clicking. But you can
Interesting.
roll me a history check to make it click.
All right, I will roll a history check. It's a natural 6 for a 6.
No, you just can't. You can't quite remember. He looks familiar, but you don't. He wasn't potent enough in your life for you to actually establish a relationship with this guy.
I'll look
But
over
this,
to the hag that's escorting me through this, and I'll be like, "Am I supposed to know who this is?"
he is an officer of wide acclaim in the Shifo Coalition. A number of them have made their way to Jabaxi here to fish for problems. For your great leader of your Jabaxi chantry, your matriarch, Idalia, speaker of pharaohs.
Okay, so your high profile is a old lady and a Shifo Coalition officer.
He is the legislature between the two of them. We have spent enough time with him that we don't need him anymore. And if you kill him, we'll find your loyalty to be worthwhile. Possibly.
If you let me kill him and Ion in full health with that sword, I will do it.
Roll me a persuasion check. Flat.
I still have Emissary of Peace going on.
Yep.
That's a natural 16 for a 28.
28. They release you from your chair. Your body feels good. You feel no pain at this moment in time. and your vision in your left eye, it's a lot clearer than it was before, and you suddenly you have dark vision in that one eye, but not in your right eye, strangely.
Gotta love it, I suppose.
You stand up, they essentially bend the bars to the point where they just snap off, and they push you into the cell with this tiefling, and he backs up. He's not wearing his coalition armor, just his, regular tunic and garb. And he looks at you, he looks at the hags, he looks at you, and he looks at the hags. He begins to sweat a little bit. He's bearded, younger, and he just kind of, what? What are you going to do to me?
I look at him and I look at the hags and I said, I struck a deal. I'd look over to the hags and I would say, it would be preferable that the hags, especially the ones that were having an attitude with me earlier, would be audience to this deal go through. I think it's
Oh my.
important symbolically, but um, yeah, if I'm gonna be an indentured servitude that's gonna try to benefit the coven, I would like to be on good terms with the members of the coven and not deal with some whiners.
You you see the fucking sea hag almost rolls her eye. Give him the fucking sword and make him kill this tiefling. The ooze hag tosses in the Kopesh.
I look at the
Uh,
sea hag and I say, "Where is Ion?"
she is still in the arms of the bone being.
So don't you think she should be here, as that was part of the deal, or what's your thought process on that?
I was told you were going to kill them. I still don't believe you. But you can start with the riffraff. The tiefling, he looks at you and Sir, you you saved me 5 years ago. Please, don't. Please don't kill me. You changed my life when you saved me from that cave. Do you remember me?
Can I make a history check with advantage now that he's describing the past?
Sure.
I wish I earnestly could remember, but I can't. That's cocked. I wish I could earnestly remember, but that's just not where I'm at right now. Okay, this is a dub. I'll take this. This is a natural 19 for a 19.
You look at him. He doesn't look familiar to you because he looks rather healthy at this moment in time. But he goes on and he's whispering, he's pleading with you. You saved me from a cave, from Guggen Bloodswing 5 years ago on Romy's Hill. I was captured with a bunch of tieflings from all over the world that he was feasting on to stay alive. You and the bird and the Leonin, Tangeth, Toborn, you all saved me. Why are you doing this now? You're better than this. You shouldn't work with these filth.
I'm holding the Kopesh right now, right?
You have it in hand, yes. and you feel amped. You're ready to swing.
Yeah, so I will say, son, what is your name?
My name is Sorel.
Sorrel? If you want everything to be okay, you're going to have to listen to me, what I'm about to tell you.
He doesn't look away from you. The hags are waiting.
Does this room have enough clearance to do like a downward swing?
Oh, yeah, easily.
Okay, I just didn't know how big the room was. I'll tell him to uh, get on his hands and knees and look down at the ground.
He does so reluctantly, shaking a little bit, but looks at you with unwavering eyes at this current moment in time.
And I'm going to. At this time, I'm going to bring the sword up. And I'm going to bring the sword down. And before the sword makes contact with his neck, I will use the stinger of the web weaver and one of the glyphs, if possible, to summon Celestial.
You use the Osiris glyph as you're in the underworld to summon Celestial as you falsely bring down this sword upon Sorel's neck. He stops shaking as he hears the shift of your armor and seems to accept his fate. As you saved his life, he seems to be willing to give it back to you in turn. And the hags, where do you want to summon the Celestial?
I want to summon the Celestial um in the same room that Ion is in, unconscious.
Okay, that's the entryway in the hall, essentially,
Yep.
where they are all waiting.
Yep. I'm gonna put the spirit there, and yeah, I don't know what this celestial spirit looks like, but I am going to do that, and do with that what you will, Ray. Do with that what you will.
As you summon your Celestial, Isaiah, you are basically uh you find yourself in the presence of something you haven't seen before. A sudden black mass makes itself so apparent to you in its immediate destruction of all light around itself as everything goes dark. You know that your summoned celestial summons, obviously, your boy Mowgli. And at this situation in time, you don't know where the fur, you know, representative of Mowgli, the hide itself, has lain, or even if it was still in the underworld itself. But this being that you summon is in view only for a split second in time before it just simply destroys all light. Mowgli, there's suddenly a large crash. Or, Mowgli. You're Mowgli now.
All right.
Isaiah is now the celestial spirit. Isaiah, there's a loud, loud crash. You hear a crunching of bone as you hear the cage shatter, bones clatter all over yourself, and suddenly the sea hag's death-defying or death-causing stare is nullified in this darkness. You hear a guttural voice and a rattle as you hear Mowgli the Skull as well say, "It's time to go, Isaiah. Isaiah. Isaiah."
Oh
And
shit.
you feel a strong paw upon your shoulder as you are immediately pulled from this cell. Uh, you, Sorel, and Ion are in the, well, presence and in the arms of a very, very large, black-clad, oozing darkness figure, and you're making your way down the hall away from these hags.
I would usher the group that, guys, we need to find a rib in here that I left down a tunnel. Now, I don't know where that tunnel is, and it is kind of dark, but I think that is something to consider here as we're navigating through this kind of maze.
As you travel, Isaiah, you feel your chain stop you in place and you're ripped from the figure's grip and you hit the ground hard.
Do I lose consciousness?
You don't lose consciousness. You are able to realize what's happening right now. Your arm is being pulled back. You are resisting it as best you can. You still can't make out the features of this dark figure, but you do see two glowing green eyes in this cloak of darkness as you see two bear-like ears puff out from this darkness as well. You see this figure hand you the Kopesh handle first.
I take the Kopesh. I get back up. I'm going to. Is the darkness that's around me unnatural darkness, or like is it like this? Does it have the properties of the spell darkness, or
It
what?
has the properties of the spell darkness, but at this point in time, Mowgli has well, the bear, the celestial spirit formerly known as Mowgli, has pulled it upon himself and simply cloaks himself, trying to hide his presence.
Okay. Um. Yeah, I will continue. I will. I'm on the search for this rib. I'm on the
Uh,
search for this chest.
you are unable to move any further as this chain is being pulled upon your arm.
If it's getting pulled upon my arm, then I'm going to the source that's pulling.
Okay, it's leading you back. The hags are trying to pull you back to the cell that you came from just now.
Okay. Motherfucker.
It's connected to your left arm still, right at your elbow, more or less. And you're going to have to make a decision. You're going to go back and face all of them, or you're going to cut something off.
Um. I'm going to. Do I know where I am right now? Like, do I have a mental map of the coven place?
You have a good idea that you are not too far away from your journey's beginning. At this point in time, you see a number of bones, you see the coffins hanging from the top
Yep.
of this ceiling.
Yep. Do I know how far away I would be hypothetically from the rib from where I dropped it on the way back?
Yes, you have a good idea that you could get there within a few minutes if you ran, because your initial journey was moving hesitantly and calmly.
Okay. Is that direction to get to the rib through the hags?
No, it's the opposite way.
Okay.
They're trying to pull you back.
Then I will usher to the dark mass that is this figure, and I would hand it the Kopesh, and I would say, uh, remove this arm. That's holding me
The
back.
the dark figure, formerly known as Mowgli, does not hesitate. He grabs the Kopesh itself. He initially aims for the chain, realizing that that would be an error, and he sees your resolution.
Yep,
And
yeah. It's a nat 20, buddy. I'm not resisting.
he measures. He measures twice and he cuts once. Rolling with advantage. 16 on the die, plus plenty more. He is going to cleave your arm off, Isaiah. Right above the elbow. And as that happens, the chain of the bone that was inside of you is disconnected from your arm and your forearm. And it goes flying back, whipping very hard.
The chain of the bone disconnects.
Yep.
I'm picking up my arm.
I was gonna say your arm clatters down to the ground.
And when I go back into that motherfucking room, I'm getting that rabbit's foot. If it's there. So that's the first thing. I have my arm. I pack it up. I follow the dark version of Mowgli. We're going.
You guys are rushing. You're going down.
I'm finding the rabbit's foot. That's going back in the pack if possible. If that's not possible, I'm moving on. Okay, I'm moving on, and we're both actions. Or actions are going to be dashes, and I'm gunning it to try to find this rib.
Yeah. Roll me an investigation check for the rib. The rabbit's
foot. Come on.
The rabbit's foot was back with the ooze-like hag.
Holy fuck! Natural 19 on that investigation check for a 23.
Yeah, you're easily able to estimate where the rabbit, or not the rabbit's foot. Fuck.
Yeah, you want to give it back? Give it back.
No, fuck you.
Oh.
Where the rib ended up. You're able to resolve that. You find that no problem.
I would give the chest to the dark figure mass that is Mowgli, and I would say, carry this chest and follow. And I would get our group. Is Ion unconscious still?
Ion is unconscious at this moment in time, yes.
Okay, then I don't really want to wake her up to all this shit show. So actually, is Sorel with me?
Sorel's with you.
Sorel, you hold the chest. Big Mowgli, you hold Ion. We are getting out of here. Sorel, don't open the chest. Let's go.
Sorel holds the chest. It looks heavy in his hands. He's like, what is in this thing?
It's a rib,
but
it's dangerous. Don't worry about it. Moving on.
Yeah, he declines to do so. Mowgli's immediately moving fast. He's moving down the hall as best he can, and you feel Mowgli the skull in your mind say, there's one more thing we must find before we leave, Isaiah. We must find the Book of Thoth.
I thought that book was already in my pack. Was that not the blue book?
No, this is a replacement. The placeholder. We're going to trick them into thinking we left it.
Okay, where do I have to go back to the scribe's room?
No, we're going to go left this time.
Oh, okay. Do I have two Mowglis with me? No, it's just the one. It's the skull that's kind
So
of Mowgli, and then there's
the,
Dark Figure.
the skull has claimed the name Mowgli at this point in time. The dark figure is the celestial spirit of the underworld right now.
Okay. Then in that case, uh, if the Book of
The dark
Thoth is
bear.
if the Book of Thoth is in here, then absolutely we must get it. Sorrel, I think it's best we stick together. So we're gonna take a slight detour. I apologize. We're gonna go down the path to the left, and if I heard a mention of a prisoner named Grok or something like that, Greer.
Greer.
Uh,
I've heard that name as well.
Greer, we're gonna have to find him, potentially free him if possible, and then keep moving.
You are bleeding horribly right now. He points at your arm.
Sorrel, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. I've already died before, so don't worry about it. Uh, and then
His
we keep going.
mind is blown. He's horrified.
We keep moving.
Yeah, he just kind of,
My music needs to be more pumped than this.
yeah, yeah, at this point I need to change my music too. I haven't done so, it's still creepy.
Yeah.
You guys are rushing down this hall filled with bones. You make your way and you go left at the fork instead of right. Making your way in this area, more and more sand begins to cover the floor, and you realize something. There's tracks in this sand.
What do the tracks look like? Deer?
The tracks look like a large anise hag that you might have a grudge against, and has a grudge against you, that left a while ago.
Oh, I fucking dare her. Okay, let's go.
The one benefit you have at this point in time is you have the element of surprise.
Yeah. Yeah. Can
Dark celestial spirit, the black bear, casts pass without trace on you guys.
Oh fuck yeah. We're so back, baby.
And you guys rush down with a +10 to your stealth score. So you can still roll me stealth.
Give me that +9, baby. Fuck! It's a natural 3 for a 12.
Okay. That's not bad. That's a 16, and that is a far better score. So amongst the three of you that are moving, a 12, a 16, and basically a 26.
I dare the Annis hag to notice me. I dare her.
It doesn't make it a bad score. It doesn't make it a bad score by any means. You guys make your way through this sandy, terrible area. It's full of dead scarab beetles. And more upsettingly, there seems to be people stretched and embedded inside of the walls that have been flattened and almost diffused into just simply a circulatory system. And they all seem to be still alive, just writhing within these terrible, terrible walls.
Gross.
As you follow into her domain.
Gross.
There are still 2 chains down
chains.
this area.
Okay.
2 chains. You come across what looks to be one of the chains, is a better way to describe it, is disappearing into the sand off to the right, almost in another crawl space, but there doesn't seem to be much of an entryway at all. It just seems like the sand itself just absorbs the chain. But another chain continues down the hall, as do the tracks.
I'll pursue that chain.
You're gonna dig?
Yep.
You hear the dark spirit of the black bear say, alone or together?
Together. Set down Ion and help dig.
He starts digging. You guys dig and you dig and you dig, and you eventually find yourself slowly going down a sand slide until you guys find a musty, musty room full of scrolls and tomes. It doesn't
Is
take you long until you find what looks to be a lizard folk individual once again doing the same thing, working on correspondence with what looks to be a book, blue in color, with the symbol of Thoth or Tahuti, which is another name for him, upon the wall. In the same fashion that those people were being stretched out, this book seems to be melded into the wall itself.
um
You hear Mowgli the Skull say, "Good, we found it."
I'll say in my head, how do we get it out of the wall?
Use your weapon, the Kopesh. We must act fast.
Okay, I'll act
If his
fast.
lizard-
I'm gonna, in stealth, I'm gonna try to decapitate the lizard folk.
Okay, yeah. Fucking roll an attack with advantage.
That is a natural fucking 20, baby. The other roll was a natural 18, so I'll take this.
You don't have to roll damage. The moment you do so, it's like the instincts of this lizard folk kick in, just based off of you guys being there about to take his life. It's almost like he gets informed that there's an intruder. This one was far more martially active than the others, still a prisoner, a full-on slave. He turns, his head is in the air, and you see what looks to be maggots, bugs, scarabs, mind-altering insects just erupt from his neck stump, and he collapses to the ground.
Yeah, prayers
Instantly
for him.
dead.
Prayers for him. I'm gonna take the hilt of the sword and I'm gonna break the ink pot and I'm gonna snap the quill again. And then, is there any other light sources in this room that I can tell?
The lights sources in this room are a little bit different because it's different altogether. But here's the thing, Isaiah. You just killed a man
Yeah.
in the underworld
Yep.
of the Jabaxi afterlife.
Sure.
And you see something very strange happen. This man's body starts to writhe and move and twist, and suddenly you hear a voice. A very familiar voice that you were hoping to hear, potentially. You hear Amun Ra. What was that? I just felt something. What was that? You hear it audibly throughout everything, all together, and the body starts to rise up through the ceiling itself.
Oh man.
As you see the hands of the dead, field of reeds start to wrap itself around this body, and you hear Amun Ra's voice once again. I think I found them! He's calling out.
Oh man, yeah. Crazy shit's happening right now. So the light sources again are what again?
They seem to be patches of oil that are like stuck to the walls and are constantly burning some type of like pale blue light that don't give off any heat.
Interesting. Okay. Then in that case, I'm gonna try to take the Book of Thoth out of the wall with my sword,
right.
the Kopesh.
You try to cleave the Book of Thoth out of the wall. Give me an attack.
I don't know if it would be a cleave. Could I try like like with a tip, like just try to like
you want to like
like a crowbar almost kind of deal. if that's possible.
Taking the utmost care not to damage it, I assume.
Yeah, and also, pay some respect to the sword. I don't think I should just be cutting into walls, with the ancient magical sword. But yeah, I'll just make it still an attack, but you'll know the action a little bit better.
Okay.
Actions here. Actions.
From the hole that corpse is rising up through, light begins to shine through.
That's gonna be a natural 6 for a 15.
Natural 6 for a 15. It's not quite enough to get it out. You're struggling ever so slightly. Give it another shot.
Okay.
With your second attack.
It's another natural 8 for a 17.
17. All right. With that one, you're able to get a little bit deeper. It's almost like the Kopesh begins to change in shape depending on what you're trying to use it for. It shrinks down a little bit, gets a little more thin just so it can slip in between the wall and the book itself, and you're able to get it through, and the celestial spirit catches it before it hits the ground. Suddenly, the entire ceiling and the floor of this domain that you're in cracks with blinding light.
Holy shit.
And you guys are knocked off of your feet just for a split second in time.
Fuck. Okay. Is there a bookshelf or a large stack of books or correspondence or anything like that? Yay, nay, no.
Yes, there is. Are you looking for anything specific?
No. I am looking to. I want to destroy this room in the most efficient manner possible, but I just don't think Smite would get it done, and I don't think I have any spells that would get it done, and that's the problem. Yeah, I think we've done enough damage here. We will try to get out now. The evacuation plan proceeds forward.
Okay. As you do so, you look towards the correspondence. You think about destroying it. Do you take any of it?
Can I make an investigation check real quick to see if there's anything consequential?
Roll me an investigation check.
A natural 13 for a 17.
17. You see a number of letters written from the perspective of Speaker Adalia of the Pharaoh's Chantry, the matriarch of, well, everything Medjai in Jabaxi.
Yeah.
A number of written letters that are being forged in her name, be given out to individuals.
Oh, I'm taking
They're not
those.
finished.
I'm taking those.
You'll take those?
I'm taking those, absolutely, 100%.
You grab these letters. The crack, now at this point a gaping hole in which the corpse had risen out of, you see a hand jut through. It is gigantic, Isaiah. It is a large, dark-skinned hand.
Can I touch it?
Yeah, you can touch it.
All right. Then, I would usher to the dark figure Mowgli to grab Ion, and then.
Oh yeah, he's got Ion. He's got Sorel under one arm.
Good.
Sorel's hanging on the chest.
Sorel's doing a great job. He has gone through a lot in just 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get out of here.
You hear. The coward runs as the Annis hag appears behind you from the hole that you guys came down. Go, boy. Flee. See if you can stop what we have started.
Oh, do you want to finish this right now?
Oh, we certainly can.
Okay. If we're not already in the hand, I'll tell Dark Mowgli to set down Ion.
Yeah. Do you want him to set her down in the hand, or do you want him
Set her
to?
down in the hand, and Sorel can stay in the hand as well.
Okay. Uh, Ion and Sorel go up in the hand, and the hand brings them back up.
Okay. Um, I'll roll initiative. I'll make this real quick.
Okay. Yep. Mowgli. At this point in time, he makes his appearance known. Mowgli shrunk down. His cloak makes him look big, and he looks to be very trim, very lean and muscular. And at this point in time, he is a black bear with white markings, glowing green eyes, and he's sporting 2 daggers in both hands.
Swag. My initiative roll is a 10.
10. Okay. Mowgli rolled a 13. All right. The Annis hag, she rolled a 17.
Good for her. She'll need it.
So, yeah. Let's let's roll it back. You know?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go, man. Let's go. Fuck it. She's gonna do her thing again. So guess what? She's gonna go for a crushing hug. It's a +8 to hit. Isaiah, you don't have your shield,
I don't.
but you got your Kopesh.
I do.
She rolls a natural 2 on the die
Get
for a
fucked.
10.
Get a motherfucking fuck.
You. Oh, wait. You at this point in time, you have your Kopesh in your right hand, and you go to reach for it with your left hand, and you realize you don't have a left hand.
Oh, fuck.
And you realize at this moment in time she's going for her hug, and you deftly parry and almost bisect one of her arms in half. But she has rotted flesh, it melds back together, and she looks back at you disgusted.
You're about to die to a one-armed man. How does that feel?
She just smiles. However, Mowgli, instantly appearing behind her in a deft amount of speed, is going for an attack.
Would he get flanking
God.
since I'm right there?
Yeah, he goes for flanking.
Good.
Unfortunately, he rolls a natural 1 and a 6.
Motherfucker!
And he only gets 1 attack in this form.
Yep.
So it's your turn.
Okay. I'm going to, at a 3rd level, cast Spirit Shroud. And I'm going to contemplate on the spirits that are in the lake of fire and the spirits that are still remaining in the forest of the unjudged. And I'm gonna, kind of send the call. Hey, there's a party down here. You guys should take a look at this. There's a lot going on over here. The magical effect that I will be using is going to be... Oh, I'm just gonna make it hurt. So let's do necrotic damage.
Okay.
So she will be taking an extra D8 of damage, and then
Roll to hit, my friend. Roll to hit first.
Yeah. And then not that it matters because she won't be trying to run away, but she gets 10 feet less movement.
Oh. Yeah.
Anyways, 2 attacks. Attack number 1. A natural 1 and a 6 for a 15 total.
Natural 1 and a 6 for a 15 total.
Yeah.
Even with Mowgli kicking out the back of her knee, pushing her down, knocking her off balance, you cleave into more rotten flesh, but don't find anything meaningful, unfortunately.
So that's a cocked. Okay, the second roll is a natural 16 for a 25. I'm assuming that hits.
That will hit.
So this will be... So that's going to be 8 points of slashing damage, 2 points of necrotic damage, and then an additional 2 points of force damage for 12 damage total.
Okay. She's still pretty banged up from your fight from before. She did get healed a little bit. She looks terrible right now.
Okay, yeah. That'll end my turn. I have nothing else to do. She can go ahead.
Okay, she's going to take all 3 attacks on you. One of them will hit for sure here. That's a 15 on the die. That's not going to hit. And how about this one? Okay, all of these are the same damage, so that's good. And that's a +8 to hit. Is your armor class 14 or 15?
14.
14? Okay. So 2 of them will hit. That's 9. So 21 points of piercing damage into your body. 2 hits hit you. Back up to Mowgli for his 2 attacks. No, his 1 attack, pardon me. Mowgli. He stabs her in the side of the head, driving his dagger deep into her ear. Doing a decent amount of damage. Not enough quite to put her down. She looks to be on death's door at this point in time.
Yeah, let's wrap this up. That's a nat 20 for the first attack.
Oh my god, okay.
And that's a natural 17 for the second attack. So let's
Yep.
do...
They'll hit.
10... Okay, Ray, so these are the numbers that I'm dealing with. There's going to be 15 points of piercing damage, 16 points of necrotic damage, and 7 points of force damage, for a grand total of 38 points of damage. Since a crit was made, the target must make a DC 16 dexterity save or be covered in web.
Yep.
Do with that what you will.
Isaiah? It becomes very apparent to you that this individual cannot stand up to your power. That was an alarming amount of damage at once, and then something becomes very wrong in this very moment in time.
Goddamn.
Your heart hurts so incredibly bad, and you feel your hands wavering.
I have one.
Just for a second. Your hand wavering just for a second because your other hand's like shaking it on its own.
It's shaking and it's in a different way.
Yeah. As you cleave this individual, you cut them nearly in half. Isaiah, even Mowgli, in his very serious dark celestial form, almost lowers his head in a moment in time where he gets angry with himself. And you feel Mowgli the skull just... Isaiah, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I'm sorry. And you see an illusion dissipate from this Annis hag. And the individual that you were fighting was actually Mech.
Oh.
And Mech falls bisected to the ground. as you hear laughter from three hags, audible in the room. And suddenly your oath becomes very, very fragile at this moment in time.
Motherfucker. Okay, this is what I will say. I scored a critical hit on this entity.
Yep.
We were there for that. When a critical hit is rolled, he dropped to 0 HP. Dropping to 0 HP means you are automatically lose any saving throws that are done against you, correct?
Yes.
Binding Strike for Singer of the Web Weaver says that losing a dexterity saving throw, you are covered in web. Mech is currently covered in web. Okay? He's already bounded up. I will be picking him up and putting him in the very large hand that is up above us. And I will also hoist, I guess, Mowgli, or have him hoist me back up, the Dark Mowgli, up into this large hand as well. Can I do this?
Okay. You can do this.
And as I do that, I assume the hand's starting to lift up.
Oh yeah, the hand's starting to lift up.
And as the hand starts to lift up, I will put my one last lay on hands pool into Mech, 1 HP, to stabilize him.
Okay. Right now he is stabilized, but he is dying horribly right now.
Yeah, I gave him the business, unfortunately. Yeah, and that'll, I don't know, end my encounter. I don't know. We're out, Ski.
Yeah. You're suddenly, Isaiah, you find yourself being pulled through an unknown amount of barriers, space-time, and suddenly you find yourself in the forest of the unjudged, being pulled from a barrel filled with fish by Amun-Ra. Amongst this swampy area in the forest of the unjudged seems to be a number of small shipwrecks and different ponds and markings and things like that. And you look back, your vision fading, fluttering in and out as you feel your oath has been sacrificed and violated. You were tricked into striking someone that didn't deserve to be struck. And you find it odd that, but understandable that, why would anyone even look inside of this unassuming barrel for you guys, as Amun-Ra pulls you guys from the barrel with a number of Knights of Anubis, and you find yourself once again losing consciousness, not due to injury, but due to the fact that you shook your oath to its absolute limit just now. Albeit unknowingly, but it doesn't matter when it comes to violations.
How fucking dare you, Ray?
Hags don't play fair, and that was a plan that I had come up with since the very beginning. Isaiah, you guys are rushed all the way to the... You know what? No. You don't know, because you're going to lose consciousness.
And I'm out cold.
You're out cold. You feel that you are in safe hands for the time being. But everything that you are at this moment in time was nearly undone by a moment of bloodlust. Uh, you find yourself waking up in a room with Amun-Ra, Ion, the celestial spirit of the Dark Bear is not with you. But Isaiah, you find yourself in a place that seems to be no longer in the underworld. As Amun-Ra just kind of smiles and he looks at you and he's like slapping you on the face. There we go. Yeah. There we are. Very good. Go get that tiefling. Eye on the devil boy. Go get the devil boy. How you feeling, buddy?
How does this bastard look?
Amun-Ra, he looks better than he was,
Okay.
but he doesn't look great.
Hamun, we we've been through a lot in these last 24 hours. I want to apologize for letting it get this out of hand. You guys deserve better, and I need to be better. Um, which is still something that I'm actively learning through as I put my newfound companion Mech in danger. Grave danger. I killed him. Thankfully, I could save him, but it shouldn't have gotten to that point, and so. But alas, a lot has happened. A lot that I'm not really in the mood to talk about right now. I just kind of want to recover for now.
Isaiah, you look around. Uh, Amun urges you to stay down. Just give it some rest and relax. It's been a little while. We had to go about a way to get up above in official manner. Um, we're under lock and key right now. But I think we're probably going to be in good graces soon. You did good. You well, kid, you're just full of trouble. That's all I can say. You're just full of trouble. And that's not a bad thing. I like that about you. I obviously do.
Oh, yeah. One day I'm gonna get out of trouble. But until then, trouble it is.
Trouble it is, my friend. Uh, get some rest. We'll start up again tomorrow. Um, your friend is alive. Just know that.
Thank you. Thank you.
You still currently have one arm as you look, and
I assume this doesn't count as a long rest. Does this count as a short rest?
this won't count as a long rest right now. But you can give yourself a long rest. As for the next session.
I'll just give myself 5d10 back and just start cranking away, and I'm sure I'll have to have a lot of fun conversations with a lot of very fun people next episode about what the fuck just happened, so.
Yeah, there's going to be some people that want to know what you were doing. Yeah. And who you are.
23 HP. 28 HP, actually. 28. Cool. I'll take that. Heal. So was there going to be any? Okay, I'm assuming we're done with the session, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
We'll finish it there. I think
okay,
that's a good ending point.
cool. Then let's just get into brass tacks here. Were you thinking about giving me any sort of sign that that hag was not actually the hag, or did you give a sign and I didn't notice it?
If it came down to basically you being adverse to making the fight go itself, you would find out that it was a case of hags working together to dominate person and basically major image this man into looking like, the Annis hag that you wanted to go to toe to toe with. But
But if you did the major image and you rolled for bear hug, you would have still given me the damage for the bear hug.
yeah, it would have happened still. It would have been basically psychic damage at that point.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay.
And that
Fuck.
would have been a little bit of a clue.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I had no way to tell, so I guess yeah, that was you got me good, but also that was literally my deal. I was gonna, someone's a hag's got to die, so you know, at
Yeah,
least they
and
they got to witness firsthand, what one single strike could technically do if they fuck around and find out.
yeah, those hags, they found out real fast that you are not someone to be trifled with in a straight up melee fight, especially one on one. The whole one on one thing was kind of a red flag of like, oh, she's gotten real brave being so injured as she is. Really now. It's like, really? You want to go? Alrighty,
Yeah,
let's
I
go.
I feel like if your ability is like bear hug and you can deal like 4d10 damage on a whim or something, I don't even know what the number is, but like I don't know, you could have the smoke for technically anyone. She could technically know I'm also injured. She saw me in that cell, so I was like, there's a lot of ways that you could rationalize still wanting to manifest the 1v1 if you're a strength based hag. Um, but yeah, I see what you're saying for sure. Um, yeah, this was a long session, but it was our first session back, so it had to be long. So, let's talk about cool things that were unexpected. Any surprises? Um, Ray, would you like to start with any favorite moments, surprises, or things that caught you off guard as they happened?
I'm surprised that you didn't uh try to get more questions out of good old little Lyman, who he would have like snitched, like hardcore snitched on all the hags because they don't take him seriously. Like he's literally just a familiar to them practically.
Okay.
Um, but trying to think, I had something planned in the very beginning that didn't happen, and I was kind of glad that it didn't happen. I was like, oh, thank God.
So
Honestly,
when the door was opening, was that people entering the room that were invisible or something like that? Like
when
at the
the
very
door was
beginning?
open, oh, in
Was
the very yeah, yeah, they were monitoring you.
okay. I figured there was a monitoring, but I'm like, are they invisible? Like, what? How is this happening?
Yeah, the sea hag, she was monitoring you for a little bit of it. Um, when you went underwater, that was a moment in time where she's like, "Ooh, I actually have to either stop him or really see if this motherfucker can go, because if he dies down here, that is going to alert them to our presence." And like them having you like kill somebody for them was never going to happen. They were never going to let you actually do it.
Yeah, I figured I wanted to make the trade deal to be a bit tricky and not one that they could, because I know that that's the gig with Faye. Like they're gonna try to fuck you over in some type of deal. I'm like, okay, well, let's just see if we can mutually fuck each other over. Because I knew that I needed to get the sword in my hand. Because I knew that my escape. there was just reached a point. I think it was when I lost the check to actually stop the rope chain, the bone chain from pulling me back. When I knew that happened, I'm like, okay, well, at this point right now, it's kind of like it's do or die because I am so royally fucked and I need to get out. So what's gonna guarantee an out? And I'm like, instead of avoiding a spell, I'm gonna have to use an ability that I did not want to necessarily use. I wanted to kind of save it as I have it, but I'm like, for now, given the circumstances with how many hags and secondary objectives I want to get done, such as Ion, the Rib, potentially free some prisoners, all that type of stuff. I'm like, there's so many things that I still have yet to accomplish, and I know that I will not be able to allow or get these hags to a point where they'll just let me do it without making this deal ironclad first. So it was, and with how painful and drawn out the hags' negotiation tactics were, the more like irritated I was. I'm like, this back and forth sucks. Like, this is why I don't go to pawn shops because I can't do this fucking game of back and forth.
Yeah.
Like it's not that deep ultimately, but obviously I know I threatened to kill the hag as part of the deal, so it is that deep for them. Um, so I knew that was a whole thing, but yeah, it was just getting to, in part of the rationale of being here is I know I should have been like more humble and just focused on getting out there, but in some capacity, and I did this with smaller things along the way, and obviously at the end, I wanted to get my lick back in some way, and so I did that how I could. I'm taking the skull, I'm crushing the impots and the quills. I'm gonna see if I can set fire to some shit. I am gonna use thunderous smite to fucking blow up a tunnel down below. Uh, under this establishment. It was a lot of little action. Oh, and then obviously fighting the hag, at the very end. Like a lot of those little decisions was like, I know I can't take you guys down, but I am absolutely, absolutely going to be a large inconvenience for you um, for the short term future and maybe midterm to long term, if depending on the damage. Um, so that was part of my, I don't know, ethos of how I was playing this one shot, or not one shot, this session. Um, Things that surprised me, getting ripped through time, that was not obviously planned, and the fact that it was starting to embed itself into my wrist, obviously not cash money. Uh, I loved the surprise that I did. Granted, it took me about like 58 seconds to think of it, about having, the Mowgli skull hold the rib on the way up. I was very proud of myself for that because I knew with you, Ray, that, and with Hags in general, that this one shot was going to be a minefield of consequences that I have to
Yeah.
navigate through. Where everything is going to be kind of, you ease me into it. I'm being monitored. I don't really notice it. No one's like really, bothering me as I'm exploring this coven, etc. But I know that at some point there are going to be some gotchas. And so I was every single gotcha you threw at me was a mental mindfuck because I'm like, okay, lesser of two evils. How am I supposed to do this?
Hmm.
And that's how you designed it. That's how it's supposed to be played. It's if you had an easy way out of of a hag coven, um, you arguably did not design the hag coven well because once you're in there, you're kind of that's the gig. You're fucked. Um,
Yeah,
unless
typically.
some Deus Machina type shit happened, which is why I exactly said, all right, we're summoning Celestial here. Um, so, yeah, that was my thoughts. That was my biggest surprise for what I did was the Stogie and the Mowgli skull. Another shocker was, um, let's see. Obviously, the hag being mech was fucked up. I did not like that twist. I understand why he did it, but it was so mean. It
Yeah.
was hurtful. It was hurtful.
I had the opposite situation. Had you gone left and down the Sand Hag's domain, it was actually going to be hags in the disguise of prisoners, um, which would have been the very, very wrong way to go. But they were mostly just going to fuck with you and just try to see if you could touch, or mess with other serious artifacts that they had at their position. And well, they're mostly there to fuck with you. Like a lot of their like negotiating, like they're not being completely serious. They're, just like trying to probe your mind, get you talking, distracted, while they're performing a terrible surgery on you that you know will have repercussions. But yeah, man, yeah.
Yeah, it was dirty. It was dirty. I'm trying to think if there's any. That's the thing with the longer sessions is that there's a lot of little moments that can happen. But it's like what else? Oh my gosh! I think to go deeper into the going back in time part, being like, hey man, you're bleeding out of your orifices. Now look at your mom. I'm like, what the
Yeah,
fuck, man?
yeah. It's
Oh,
like it's a jarring situation to be in because I'm
yeah.
like, well, I had this thing planned for a long time, and this is just one rib bone. So here we go.
Yeah, did you have that scene play out any longer? Did you have it flesh out to play out any longer if I didn't try to break the rib bone?
Yeah,
Okay. Well, I'm glad I dipped out because I'm like, I can't, and fucking hell, hard to break that rib bone. Um, I appreciate the callback to the Guggen fight. I didn't recognize it at first, obviously, but now that you said it, granted,
no,
I don't recognize the individual himself, but I do remember the saving component of the Guggen fight where we were freeing prisoners. Um, so that was a pretty cool kind of like connect the tendril, and the fact that that's canonically 5 years in the past now.
yeah,
Holy shit! Um,
you're the
gave me
furthest in the campaign timeline wise right now.
yeah. This is like some Avengers Endgame type shit. Um, so yeah, I technically don't know if Ro and Tengeth are even alive, and they don't know if they're alive either at that point.
Yeah,
Um,
you have no idea right now.
interesting. Okay. Um, let me see if there's anything else. Um, yeah, I don't know. I think that was it that I really wanted to cover. It does feel good to be back. It does feel good to be back. It's
It
just,
does.
you know, uh, I got to be better with my scheduling so we're not up at the ass crack of dawn on the grind. Um, but that comes with it. Uh, yeah, if there's anything else you'd like to add to this, anything at all, we can call it here, and then we can get going.
All I'll say is that I'm ready to go again. I have lots of things planned now that we're back in the overworld, Jabaxi proper. Uh, we can go again, man. We can go again.
Wait, we're in Jabaxi proper. We're not in the underworld still.
Nope, you've left the underworld. You're in the actual world, the material plane now.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, cool. Now that that's cleared up, cool. Then I will let it go here, and then everyone, thank you for listening to this long installment of the Reclamation campaign. This is we'll call this episode "Your Actions Have Consequences," as this whole session is a result of me playing the last session so stupidly. Um, so you're welcome, guys. It's great. But yeah, all right, cool.